This is the last 10 minutes for food. Keep talking.
Girl, you're just like your grandma. You get up in front of everybody, everybody gets quiet right away.
I'm gonna sit down because I like the noise. Did everybody get enough to eat? Because they're going to be putting some of the stuff away. So this is your last call for food. You guys can tell, but I am a morning person. So I'm here a little early. So it doesn't start until 10 and we still have people coming in. To start on time. It is 9:55. So we can ask Uncle Sonny, our spiritual leader, if he'll come in soon to do the prayer. We can start finding a seat and silencing your cell phones, please. And I just want to make an announcement that this will is televised live. So you are all live on our YouTube channel and our social medias. We're just waiting for one more guest to finish signing in. I think that's all at the door, right, girls? You silence all your cell phones. Um, our spiritual leader, Uncle Sonny Lou Grace Squirrel Pierce, is going to open with a prayer to close off our smudging ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Creator, for allowing us to come together for this symposium today. We thank you for the people that are putting it on, and all those that are attending. We ask that you guide them to the knowledge that they're going to get. We ask that you promote our culture in the future. We ask that you help them carry it on. We hope that you give them understanding of what we're about, what you're about. We thank you for all those things that we take for granted. The fire that we had this morning, the smudging that purifies our hearts, our minds, and our surroundings. We thank you for the food that they're going to serve today. We thank you for all those that are participating in presenting knowledge. We ask that you continue us on and promote our next 7 generations and keep us in the Indian way.
Morning, friends, relatives, and honored guests. On behalf of the Native American Advancement Corporation and the Down Jersey Folklife Center at Wheaton Arts, I welcome you to the Cohanzick Nature Reserve. You are standing on sacred ground where our ancestors walked, played, prayed, hunted, sang, and raised their families. This land holds their footsteps and their voices. It holds us still. We were never erased. Our story has never ended. It is only carried forward, unbroken, undeniable, and alive in each of us today. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the many hands and hearts who made this gathering possible. To our staff and volunteers, the chairs and moderators, and our spiritual leader, Uncle Sonny Lou Gracewell Pierce, our board of directors, past and present, our arborist team, who has done a wonderful job by clearing all the paths and maintaining this property for you to walk on, and the work that has gathered and grounded us and giving us strength. A special thank you goes to Dr. Iveta Progova from the Down Jersey Folklife Center at Wheaton Arts for her many years of dedication to preserving and uplifting our cultural traditions. We are deeply grateful to our funders, the Salem County Culture and Heritage Commission, and the New Jersey State Council on the Arts, as well as our partners, Stockton University, Rowan University, Keene University, and Lenape-Hogan Reestablishment Project, who stand alongside us in this important work. I stand before you as a citizen of the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation and the daughter and granddaughter of tradition bearers. Today, I invite you into my session, Unbroken, Once Unspoken, the Living Legacy of the Cohanzick Lenape. This gathering is more than a symposium. It is a living celebration that we remain, that we thrive, and that we rise. It is a bridge between generations, a time when 4 or even 5 generations can share space together, speak names aloud, and carry forward a culture that has never disappeared, only transformed and endured. As we continue these 3 days, we will hear from voices who carry knowledge in many forms: scholars, elders, artists, storytellers, and community leaders. Each presentation, each work of art is a thread of the greater fabric of our story. Some will speak from research, some from lived experience, and some from ancestral memory. But all are bound by the truth that our culture is not past tense. It is living and breathing here and now. It is my honor to introduce the presenters and artists who will guide us through this journey for the next 3 days. Each carries a unique perspective, yet together they reflect the living legacy of Indigenous culture and its place in the world today. Our presenters, Ryan Casey, exhibition coordinator at Stockton University. She will guide us through the Indigenous arts in the museum, presentation on how Native voices are being represented and interpreted in academic and exhibition spaces. Mariana Smith, assistant professor of Stockton Arts at Stockton University. Her session, Strategies for Incorporating Indigenous Arts into the Art History Curriculum, will explore how higher education can better integrate and honor Native artistry. Tyrone Dancing Wolf Ellis Jr., founder and CEO of the Lenape-Hogan Reestablishment Project and citizen of the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Nation, will be sharing Indigenous youth in a modern world, reflecting on how challenges and triumphs of carrying culture forward in today's society. Chief Mark Quiet Hawk Gould of the Native American Advancement Corps and a citizen of the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, my father and former leader and founder, one of the founders of our nation, will present from sacred fires to modern powwows, carrying us through the unbroken story of Lenape gatherings through generations. John Wandering Wolf Barry III, Native American Advancement Corps and citizen of the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation. His session, Native and Nature, Sacred Symbiosis. He will invite us to explore the connection between environmental science and the indigenous knowledge. Dr. Gregory Lintanzi, Associate Professor at the Temple University. He will bring us into history with revolutionary times, indigenous ceramics in New Jersey, a journey through 3,000 years of pottery tradition. Dr. June Charging Spirit Cernak of the Powhatan Lenape Nation and statewide diversity leadership officer. She will present In the Shadows, in the Light, and will share the stories of Native veterans and their journeys of identity that continue across generations. Sandra Boone Murphy of the Religious Society of Friends, the Quakers, will bring us Indian boarding schools and Indigenous justice today. And she will reflect on both historic truths and present day calls for justice. Jeremy Newman, Program Chair and Associate Professor of Communication Studies at Stockton University, will share Beyond the Lens, reflecting on his decade long documentary work with the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape families and the power of unspoken stories. Trinity Norwood of the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation. She will be presenting on decolonizing the classroom. Trinity will explore how Native history is often reduced to a few paragraphs in textbooks, highlighting the importance of teaching our culture as a living, present, and continuing part of American history. Dr. Iveta Pergova, Director of the Folklife and Cultural Studies at Wheaton Arts. She will be presenting on Nanticoke Lenni Lenape cultural dynamics. Her research explores Lenape traditions, identity, and cultural continuity, showing our culture has endured and adapted over long periods of time before European colonization. Tina Littleflower Pierce-Fergoso, University of Pennsylvania and citizen of the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation. Her presentation, Ancestral Knowledge, Oral Histories, and Sacred Land, will give us a Lenape woman's perspective on spirituality and tradition carried through family and community. Just as words hold power, so do the hands of our artists. Their creations carry the heartbeat of our ancestors into forms we can see, touch, and feel. It is an honor to introduce the artists who embody this legacy through their craft. Stephen Conaway, Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, whose art reflects the teaching passed down by his grandparents, aunts, and uncles. Annalise Snow Lily Cooper, Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Nation, is an emerging artist who brings fresh vision while honoring ancestral ways. Tyrone Dancing Wolf Ellis Jr., Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, who not only speaks, but creates through rattle making, drumming, beadwork, and regalia. Roberta Many Feathers Flores, Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, a master beadwork artist whose work has been recognized across New Jersey. Barry Lee, Muncie Turtle Clan, who preserves and teaches the art of wampum belt weaving. Dawn Many Feathers, Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, a multifaceted artist and storyteller whose work spans basketry, jewelry, and herbal teachings. William Mosley Sr., Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, a drum maker carrying forward the powwow drum tradition. Roy Bodaway Saunders, Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, who practices flute making, survival skills, and the old ways of fire. Linda Amaryllis White Dove Gould Taylor, Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, whose pine needle work, basketry, and beadwork honors her ancestors. George Lone Wolf Torres, Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, an artist whose work draws deeply from the ancestral traditions and the natural world. Adam Red Earth Torres, Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, a multidisciplinary artist whose creations span from cornhusk art, basketry, to poetry and film. Ivanette Dancing Star, Dark Star Morris Yearsley, Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, who continues the art of regalia making and beadwork, weaving tradition into every piece she creates. Together, all of the presenters, moderators, chairs, and artists from the spirit of the Cohanzick Lenape story is not only about history, it is about living culture, about voices once silenced, now being spoken, sung, and shown again. As we begin, I invite you to listen with your minds, your hearts, and your spirits. For these stories belong to all of us who stand here on the Lenapehoking. And now that you know the many voices and hands who will guide us through the symposium, I invite you to turn your hearts toward the deeper meaning of why we are here. Our stories, our teachings, and our very survival have always been carried not only in words, but in the art of living itself. For the Lenape, art is not separate from daily life. It is the way we walk upon the earth, the way we honor the Creator, and the way we remain connected across generations. Let us step together into this understanding of art, not as something distant or decorative, but as something alive, something breathing in every song, every bead, every story, every act of creation. When we speak of art, we do not mean something set aside, just hung on a wall, or locked away in a glass case. For us Lenape people, art is the breath of life itself. It is not separate from who we are. It is the way we live, the way we love, and the way we remember. Art is not only creation, it is the Creator moving through us. Think for a moment about the very sounds of the word art. It lives in so many of our words: heart, earth, artifact, article, articulate. Each one carries a vibration, sound, and meaning. Words themselves are an art form, shaping the air, calling forth memory, carrying healing. To speak is to sing. To sing is to pray. To pray is to weave ourselves into the oneness of the Creator and creation. For Indigenous people, every aspect of life becomes art. The way we adorn ourselves in regalia, or the simplest everyday moccasin, the way we wear our hair, bead our jewelry, or stitch a dress, a carved wooden spoon, a pine needle basket, a leather pouch, each a functional object, yes, but each created with love that makes it beautiful. Even cooking is art, combining flavors, planting herbs in a spiral garden, stirring the pot in rhythm with the stories told around it. Healing is art too, the careful blending of plants and laying on of hands, the sacred songs that carry the medicine in their vibration. Art is in storytelling, whether spoken in circles around the fire, written on pages, painted on hides, or whispered into the wind. And each story, fragments, remain for others to find. A shard of pottery, woven basket ring, a piece of clothing, a bead. These fragments are not just artifacts, they are living evidence that our people never stopped creating, never stopped loving, never stopped being. Over the next 3 days, you will see this art in many forms, some ancient, some new, some bridging both worlds. Our art spans from centuries, from the oldest natural materials of stone, wood, bone, shell, and clay, to modern mediums that carry ancient designs into the present. This is our continuation. We are still here. We are still making, and we are still teaching. Aunties and uncles, parents and grandparents, they have passed down these ways. Each generation adds something of themselves, a new thread, a new voice, a new interpretation, yet always rooted in the same spirit. That is what art is, the bridge that ties us across generations, across times, across the gap from once to now. So when you see a pine needle basket, or hear the drum beat, or watch the hand stitch beads into shining patterns, know that you are not just seeing art. You are witnessing life itself. You are witnessing survival, transportation, transformation, continuity. You are witnessing the creator spirit flowing unbroken through the hands of our people. I invite you to pause and feel the place where you are standing and sitting. The Cohanzick Nature Reserve is not just a backdrop, it is alive. It is speaking, it is holding us. The tall trees stretch upward like ancient storytellers, their leaves whispering in histories that have never been forgotten. Beneath our feet, roots intertwine like threads of a basket, binding soil, water, and memory together. The Cohanzick River flows nearby, carrying the reflection of the sky in its water, moving in rhythm with the same pace that nourished our ancestors. Listen closely, and you may hear the wing beats of hawks circling above, the chatter of jumping frogs in the pond, and the steady footsteps of deer pressing their stories into the earth. The birds wait silently in the shallows, a reminder of patience and grace. Every stone, every feather, every ripple in the water is a part of this sacred gallery, an internal exhibition created by the hands of the Creator. This is art. This is where art begins. The land, the water, the trees, the animals, they are not just symbols. They are collaborators in the creative process. The feathers of a bird become regalia, the bark of a tree, a vessel, the clay of the earth, a pot. The deer shares a tide to keep us warm. The rivers offer fish, and the soil gives corn. In return, we shape these gifts into beautiful, never wasting, never separating function from spirit. So when you look upon the art that surrounds you in these next 3 days, know this: you are not looking at objects, you are looking at life itself. You are looking at the song of the river and the strength of the oak, the patience of the bird, the fire, and the drum. You are looking at survival, transformation, and continuity. You are looking at the Creator Spirit alive, unbroken, undeniable. Creativity is not only a reflection of who we are, it is a medicine. It is what keeps us balanced in mind, body, and spirit. When we create, we return to harmony with ourselves, with one another, and with the natural world around us. For our people, creativity has always been the way we assure continuity. It allows our communities to flow from one generation to the next. When a child learns to be beside her grandmother, when a young man carves wood under the guidance of an uncle, when the family sits together to sing, this is more than tradition. It is healing. It is education. It is the weaving of generations together into one loving story. Creativity sustains our elders, giving them purpose and honor, and it uplifts our youth, giving them direction and belonging. It holds the center of community, ensuring that no one stands alone. Art also nurtures the mind. It brings release in times of struggle. When the world presses upon us with worry, tension, or grief, the act of creating opens a new doorway. It shifts our perspective. It brings us back into alignment with the Creator. A song sung in sorrow becomes a prayer of strength. A basket woven in quiet becomes a vessel of peace. A painting, a poem, a story, they all remind us that we are not trapped in hardship, but a part of the endless flow of creation. This is why art is not an option in education. Every child, every youth, every elder deserves the opportunity to feel the spark of imagination, to try, to create, to express. When we teach art, we teach resilience, we teach possibility, and we give permission to dream. And art does not say, you must be perfect. Art says, you are alive, and therefore you can create. And so, to nurture imagination in every individual, no matter their age, is an honor to the Creator within them. It is to say, you belong, you matter, your voice has beauty, your hands carry power, and your ideas are seeds for the future. This is how we continue as a people, and this is how we assure that our elders are cared for, that our youth are strengthened, and that the circle of community remains whole. Through creativity, we rise together, balanced, resilient, and unbroken. Creativity is not only a reflection of who we are, it is a medicine. It is what keeps us balanced in mind, body, and spirit. When we create, we return to harmony with ourselves, with one another, and with the natural world around us. Unbroken, once unspoken, the living legacy of the Cohanzick Lenape. The Cohanzick Lenape Story Symposium is more than a gathering. It is a living declaration that our people remain, thrive, and rise. This moment is a bridge between generations, a time when 4 or 5 generations share space, speak names, and carry forward a culture that has never disappeared, only transformed and endured. Our stories and our art and our music and our ceremonies, we do not sit in museums or history books alone. We are practicing on these daily basis in our farms, in our homes, at our births and weddings, and even at our funerals. The Cohanzick Nature Reserve is not just a location for this event, it is the breathing heart of a people who have never stopped living here, gathering here, loving this land. It is where we plant, where we return, where we heal, and where we remember. Through this presentation, I will speak to the importance of the moment of our collective journey, a powerful demonstration that our nation is not assimilated or invisible, but fully present. We are the bridge from the ancestral fires to the modern voices. The attendees of the symposium are witnessing a thread unbroken, 7 generations standing together, once silenced, now entirely vocal, vibrant, and carrying forward the sacred dust of our ancestors into the future. This is more than a symposium. This is a family reunion of spirit, a cultural resurgence, and a call to remember, reconnect, and reclaim. Unbroken, once unspoken, the living legacy of the Cohanzick Lenape. Thank you. So now, I think we're done a little early. So it's 10:25. So are there any questions? Do we have a chair for this part at all, or moderator? I can just take questions, or, okay, I'm my own secretary. If you have any questions for Ty, I'll bring you the mic. She was talking about the symposium, but also about her idea of what unbroken means and the many forms in which this unbroken is expressed. So it's difficult to have questions for something that was so beautifully said and explained. I have trouble having questions. Okay. It feels you said it all, but we still have some room if somebody wants to add something. It doesn't have to be a question, it could be a comment. How do you feel about her address?
That
I'm a South Jersey resident. Could you talk a little bit about, I'm a landowner as well, so could you talk a little bit about how South Jersey residents could do more to show respect for the, ancestral connection to the land?
That's a tough question. Well, what we are doing here at the Cohanzick Nature Reserve is our platform is teaching. We're teaching respect of nature. Uh, for the past 20 years or so, they've kind of taken it out of the schools to walk the land, to be symbiotically close to nature, because we are nature. And when we think we're above nature and we don't walk the land and we don't, eat natural vegetables or forage for berries or, be a part of nature, then nature is not going to recognize us either. They're going to think that we're a foreign object. And we're teaching that, we can't just preserve or exploit because conservation and exploitation are on the same pendulum swing. So our teaching is to stop it in the middle and to live one with nature. We want to live one with nature so that we can protect the forest floor so there's not a lot of wildfires. So that we can, so the flowers like the lady slipper and the Indian pipe can flourish. Because if you're not clearing some of the forest floor, then it gets buried and eventually the root system dies. Creating mosaics throughout the forest, which means you just clear little patches to see what comes up. Um, this is what we're teaching here at the Cohanzick Nature Reserve. We've had many visitors and homeschools and schools and people that come here, and we will give them our general talk, and then we walk through nature, and we take our shoes off and we walk and we stand on the lichen and moss, which is highly charged, which you're going to learn about with John in the last day. So this is what we're trying to teach. This is what we grew up with already. Our children have already been immersed in outdoors. Even as a child, I was meant to go. I was told to go outside and couldn't come in until the street lights came on. So, and then I remember my mother saying, you smell like outdoors. Go take a bath right away. That's how long we were outside, and I raised my children. They stayed outside a lot, and my grandchildren stayed outside a lot. And this is indicative of our people. We're outside a lot. So we want to share that experience with people that haven't experienced being outside. Yeah. I remember there was an event here maybe last year when they were doing talking sticks. So it was for young people to learn the difference between talking sticks and walking sticks, and so they just let them out in the forest to find a stick that talks to them, take it back, and turn it into what they would imagine would be their talking stick. Either carve it or wrap it with something, but then cleanse it and use it after that. So go out and find your piece of wood that will be turned into an art form after that. Even if that took us a very large thing. I did. I did, and I still have it. Yes. But if you want to address your question. Our weaves. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Thank you. I want to answer your question. You have a good part of land that you have? Okay. Our ways are not just ways for us. It's a way of being that everybody can utilize and live. When you go out, what is that you enjoy most on your land when you go out?
Space and some of the areas that
Is there anything special to these areas?
special.
Yeah, like plants or flowers or okay, then you give honor to these because they're all living creatures and connect with them. Give gratitude to them. And that's the way you honor your land that not only our ancestors, your ancestors walked on. So that's what you do, just gratitude. Go out, give gratitude to your God or creator, whichever you do, and give thanks for everything you have. Very simple. Like that. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Ah, yes, please.
I have to apologize for being late today. We got lost. She kind of started a conversation and so did she. This year we found ourselves, we need to eat. So we put a 1,000 square foot garden in. I haven't really planted anything since I was about 18 years old of really having that large scale of garden. We were pretty successful, but I'd have to say we fed the neighborhood and the forest as well. So for them groundhogs, I do need help with that situation. But I do need more soil to be able to put out more crops. I haven't eaten meat hardly in 3 months. I have to say I feel a little bit better just by doing that. But I wanted to at least address that situation. I'm very much interested in a lot of things that you say about nature. It's like we're kind of twins in some ways, what you talk about. But I'd like to go to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
The question and more of a comment, I would say, is that when you talked about art and how it relates, I know like even in the public schools, like they've taken art out of school. I'm not saying taking art. They've like downsized the art teachers, and knowing that, like you say, in the most creative time in our development is when we're young, and even now, this is, to be here and to hear like you speak and talk about the relationship, it just makes me really realize how much our children are missing when it comes to art connecting with our environment and in nature. So I guess my question is there any outreach into the school districts to try to get our students, or especially the younger ones that do field trips, to come here and be able to be, taught the culture and the relationship between the art and the environment? Because I think that's really critical. Because, like you're saying, if we don't, if nature doesn't recognize us, you know what I'm saying? Like how you said, we don't recognize nature, nature's not going to recognize us, and we have generations now that's not, it's not going to be related or recognize the nature that they're living in, and that's scary.
And you're right, it is very scary. So we did reach out to all the schools, and for the most part, the schools have said that they don't have bus fund to bring the students, which is so sad because I live 11 miles away, and there must be 10 schools between here and where I live. So the only schools that really take advantage are the homeschools. And there's one really large homeschool group that came, and the children were amazing. They knew how to identify many of the plants and trees on the trails, And when it came to creating the art forms, I gave them a choice of what do you want to learn, and they said they wanted to learn all of it, and it worked out perfect. And the older children helped the younger children and the parents. So I think that we have to rethink public education and not put so much emphasis on public education. And so, and how I see it is we have to teach it in the home and in places like this.
Yeah, I feel like we're all still children at the end of the day. That um we don't have the time and we're not given the resources as children are to create art as we like to create art. So I feel like we should, as adults, we should take that time, take that money, take that whatever resource, and create art and show an example to these children. Like my mom showed us, but she didn't create art all growing up, and that and resulted in us creating our own art and our own pieces. I feel that we shouldn't leave it to the children, the schools, or whatever. We should be creating art. We should be creating. We should be recycling nature. We should be doing everything that we can to because we're all children at heart, all children. And the younger you are does not determine your ability to create art or gain inspiration or find anything. You can find now. You can get some clay, you can get some paint, you can get some Legos if you want to. You can buy whatever you need to create art in the here and now. And for us to leave it to the children, the teachers, is really a disservice to the children because we can create art now. And while we creating art, they'll be watching and they'll be learning and they'll be picking up their own art style or whatever they like and run with it. But we need to now create art as adults and put everything else away, to be honest, because now is the time.
Thank you very much. And you're right, there were times when schools and families were not so separated. They were complementing each other, so kids can learn at home as they can learn in school. Just a very brief remark that the Fulbright centers in New Jersey are trying to a little bit remedy what happens in the public schools through artist residencies. We are trying to bring traditional artists into the school system as much as we can, and again, as much as we have budget for. But we're trying to do long-term residencies and a little bit remedy the lack of teachings in this respect. Cool. How much time do we have?
We put it.
Wow, we do.
We're almost 10 minutes. So
All right.
we're good.
Yes, yes.
I've been collecting art that's been created by various indigenous groups all over the country. When I find something that's pretty or that's something that I appreciate, I buy it. And I do this for a number of reasons. One is because I love basketry and ceramic work particularly, but really anything. But in my travels and in my visits to museums, and whatever. I've found that a lot of the artwork that had been created by various indigenous groups was tweaked to appeal to the audience of basically white folks. So, for example, blanketry in the West changed because the people who were moving there wanted particular colors or particular designs. And so, it changed and the artists adapted their work for financial reasons, which of course all artists do. I guess my concern is to what extent the art that's being created is for its own sake and for to what extent is the art being changed in the face of, frankly, capitalism, which is an outgrowth of colonialism.
Yeah. So that's one thing that people will try to keep us in the past. So, okay, well, you have to do this art pattern. Well, that person in the past created that art pattern, just like I create my art pattern, and I create things by nature. It's like when we're dancing, we dance, we follow the pattern of the bird, the wings and so forth. So, if the bird changes its wing pattern, we're going to change our wing pattern. Changing patterns and evolving to new mediums does not take away the spirituality that when we create the art and we're putting our ancestral spiritualism in that art. So you have to look at it that way. So everything is always evolving. We evolve or we die. I cannot see myself, getting a deer, tanning the deer, chewing on the deer hide to make it soft, to make a dress. That is a brain tan deer hide dress of mine right there. And there are experts that do that. And that dress took me a year to make, and it's still not finished. And it was done in 1980. Okay, so if we do not evolve, then we will be like that. And of course, when we make our new modern day clothes, we're going to adorn them with what we have. So yes, that art is still very beautiful. It's made by the hands and the spirit of the people who made it, no matter what the pattern is. So you have to really relook at it that way.
You're quite right. And this is one of the things that we're trying to teach students the folk life centers work with traditional cultures, and we're trying to tell them that traditions are not frozen fossils in time.
Frozen, frozen, frozen.
If they don't evolve and if they don't change, they'll just die. All traditions, not just indigenous traditions, but all traditions around the globe, they evolve and change in order to survive. So whether they will change because of the market, as you said, or whether they will change because the artists change their idea of what beautiful is, it is still a change. So we don't have to lament a loss of old patterns. What we need to see is how traditions evolve and recognize them as the same traditions all the time.
The same hands, the same ancestors, the same DNA. And that's how we see it. And somebody back, John has a question in the back.
Do you want to move a bit front? Will be good so everybody can see you.
I was just gonna piggyback on what Beth said. I mean, because really it comes down to the individual artist and it's a market that drops. So it's nothing wrong with an artist saying, well, this is my traditional series and this is a commercial series I know can move because I have to eat.
Use the mic.
Sorry about that. As I said, there's nothing wrong if the market drives the artist. So that's that artist's decision to say, I want to eat. This is the way I can eat quickly. I don't want to go get a separate vocation. I'm going to do this series to take the market so I can pay my bills. But my heart is still in that material, media. It's all relevant. So I'm an artist. I went to Pratt Institute. I do what I feel. It's like George just said, you're creating your whole life. Your art changes from a toddler to your last days, but it's about creative expression. So I don't know if that answers that question. I don't see it as a degradation. I don't.
And that was a very good question because that's
Yeah,
the same thing that everybody thinks, that it has to be frozen in time. So I thank you for that question because that brought it out. So that's a very important aspect that we have to try to change the thinking of people.
But
That
at
we're
the
not.
same time, there are artists who choose to reproduce all the patterns and who choose to recreate all the patterns. And we can see some of the wampum belts over there that would reproduce an older patterns in wampum weaving, which is a very traditional art form. But at the same time, he's here and he's weaving them today. Not the last century or the century before that. So it's an artist's choice.
So it's exactly 10:45. We're going to try to stick to this program. So that means it's coffee break time.
Well, in 15 minutes, we'll start with the first panel presentation. Let me just explain something, how the program is structured. We have panel presentations, 2 or 3 presentations, and then a discussion forum that is based on the topics that we discussed in the panel presentation. And this is how it is structured, the whole thing. And in between, food and coffee and things. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I told the presenters for our first panel please. Hey, good morning, everybody. Morning. So it's 11 o'clock, and I've been told as chair to try to keep things as punctual as possible. If you want, take a minute to find your seats. We have time set aside at the end of the day for everyone to speak with the artist. Um, Welcome everyone. My name is James Hundley. I'm the chair for our Timeless Voices, EMEC and EDIC perspectives. And I think this is a really fantastic topic, thinking about what EMEC and EDIC means, kind of an insider perspective and an outsider perspective, and how valuable both of those are kind of in conversation with one another and in dialogue with one another. So I'd like to introduce our three panelists today. Tina Little Wildflower Pierce, who is speaking about ancestral knowledge, oral histories, and sacred land. Beta Pergova is speaking about the Nanticoke Lenape cultural dynamics, and Trinity Norwood about decolonizing the classroom. So each presenter will have 15 minutes. I'll keep time, and then we have about 15 minutes at the end for discussions, and then we'll have a kind of moderated discussion following this session. Okay, so first is Tina.
Morning, everyone. Sorry about that. My name is Tina Pierce Fregoso. I am a citizen of the Nanticoke Lenape Tribal Nation. I'm also the daughter of the Gray Squirrel Pierce, as well as the late grandmother, Little Swallow. I've had good fortune of growing up here in southern New Jersey. Spent all of my college years in New Jersey as well. Currently, I work at the University of Pennsylvania in the Office of Admissions, as well as doing Native recruitment, and I also teach two classes in the Native and Indigenous Studies program. So part of the presentation tonight is going to be my understanding of Lenape spirituality based on my parents, my community, distant relatives, and the land itself. Through educational interest and community needs, I began speaking with our elders when I was very young, or at least listening in corners when I had opportunity to hear some of the elders speaking. And I've been able to participate in a lot of tribal gatherings and ceremonies and made a point to do so in my earlier years until today. And I've had an opportunity to meet many spiritual leaders from other Lenape and sister tribes. This presentation is going to give you a little bit of historical context on Lenape identity and the ability to practice our spirituality. And I'll cover the importance and practice of Lenape spirituality in our community today, emphasizing the women's role and also the practice of passing down our ancestral knowledge, recovering, protecting our sacred places, along with the concept of the sacred itself. Sorry for the feedback. So I remember attending grade school and reading about Lenape people in the past tense. The book and the teacher said there were no more Native Americans, no more natives in New Jersey, no more Lenape, that we were extinct. I spoke up and said, I'm Lenape. My teacher called me a liar, told me to sit down. I went right home and told my parents what had happened. And the next day, Betty Jackson came into the school to do a presentation for the class, and I got to help. And it was just the best thing. I remember being so proud and how I felt in that moment and grateful for the opportunity to speak on my identity. I would go on spending years in college researching our tribe, conducting interviews. So I did my oral histories for my undergraduate and graduate degrees, mostly with tribal elders and the women. And a lot of them I consider people who helped raise me. And so really important lessons that still inspire me to this day. So other background that was happening at the same time as the story I just mentioned, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act was passed in 1978. And so that act was meant to protect the rights of Native Americans to freely express our religious practices without interference from the government, and our ability to use our sacred lands as well as our sacred belongings to really practice our traditions and to gather in ceremony together. And really, it's that ability to gather together that I think people were still trying to restrict and had been restricting for many, many generations. You had the Indian Removal Act, which was passed in 1830, moving many of the remaining natives east of the Mississippi in what was known as the Trail of Tears. Our people were some of the earliest people to come in contact with colonists and explorers. Governor Verrazano dates back to 1524. And then we have the Swedish and Finn communities are here by 1638. So we were already very well integrated with other communities. And what it did, instead of really being able to enjoy the expanse of our communities, we were really kind of pushed into specific areas, but we remained in our community. So as our rights became more restricted, Christianity was brought to our people. It wasn't something that was necessarily a foreign concept. We believe in a creator, and so there are a lot of common pieces to fit here. And soon the churches were built for our people, and there's one that was near the tribal grounds today in Fairton. We gathered there as long as the ground was ours. As soon as the church became non-native, um, our people built a new church and moved to a new location. Eventually, the Fordsville St. John's Methodist Church was built and founded by two Pierce brothers. And this church was eventually going to be named the first Native American church in New Jersey and continues to have the Fortville Cemetery and the Town cemeteries. You'll find a really large number of our tribal ancestors. The church enabled us to gather legally in areas that weren't as restrictive or threatening to the government. We were even allowed to visit our sister tribes in their tribal churches. This practice was called Delaware Day, as I learned through the interviews that I did. Community members would go to the service and they would eat and they would gather together. And the larger goal that I learned was they wanted the youth to marry someone from one of the other tribal communities. That was a way that we were able to keep our community close and these opportunities to travel between the three communities. And I'm talking about southern New Jersey, Lenape, and northern Delaware, and the Nanacoke in southern Delaware. So the churches allowed us to do this legally. Um, and by the time our tribal leaders came together outside of the churches, when we were able to legally kind of come together, um, people were both Nanacoke and Lenape. And I remember this as a little child and also reading it in some of the books, like what it meant for us to give ourselves a name and how much dialogue went back and forth with the effort to come up with Nanacoke, Lenape, Lenape, really recognizing all the individuals in our community. And I think that was really a powerful thing to name ourselves instead of the way that we have been, and to also strive for an inclusive community. Our community gathered in tribal homes, fire halls, libraries, anywhere that was needed. Our children were not being recognized in schools, records were being changed. I wasn't the only student dismissed by teachers. There was a lot of discrimination in jobs and even in birth records containing inaccurate information. The census takers had a long practice of writing down whatever they wanted and never really bothered to ask. So the records were really inaccurate, even within the same households. It would be elders like Aunt Lorraine or Aunt Sweetie that knew those records, those stories and connections between our people. They really should have PhDs in genealogy, or at least I think they earned those honorary degrees. Our leadership and our early council worked in ensuring that our tribal identity would be recognized. And I'm blessed that my parents were very much a part of that tribal reorganization that became known. My mom was the first tribal secretary, and my dad would go on to serve majority of his life on tribal council while my mom worked with the youth. And many of those same leaders came together in ceremony with our sister tribes. And at the time, the American Indian movement leaders were fighting for Native American rights across the board and encouraging communities to practice our traditional ceremonies, even while the political atmosphere still wasn't ready to accept and understand our ability and our right to do so. There was actually a fear, and although I didn't understand it at the time, as I didn't grow up during the boarding schools or the removal eras, but there were people in the community had that experience still. And that fear was that we would have more taken from us. And so there was caution around, putting our community in jeopardy. Um, so the association with AIM was also really kind of a dicey thing at the beginning. And many of us would gather in the Piscataway lands, our sister tribe in Maryland, for prayer ceremonies, naming ceremonies, green corn celebration, feast of the dead. These are in fact some of the same ceremonies that our ancestors once freely gathered to attend. I realized how much I took for granted when I was little, and I'm sure many generations before, we had to work every day to make sure that our identity as Native people was recognized, that our Nanakopo Lenape identity was recognized, and that it would be here for future generations. In some ways, our ability to be open about who we are today can sometimes make us take that for granted now. And so it's a little bit about some of the early history and how our tribe reorganized, and also speaks a little to like our ability to gather in ceremony. So it's important for us to continue this work, as I believe this is what makes us Nana Nabe people. When you're part of the community that in turn recognizes you as part of that community, you're a part of and have access to ancestral knowledge. It's that ancestral knowledge, our continued existence, resistance, persistence, presence on our tribal homelands, and our combined efforts for our people that make it possible for us to make the future generations are able to do so too. The land, our lands, the places where our ancestors have lived for tens of thousands of years, is also our tether to our ancestors. There are several Lenape communities outside of Delaware Valley today who were removed or were journeyed away, but who still recognize these lands as their homelands too. Protecting the land is also protecting our ancestors and protecting the connection to all the ancestors still have to share with us. Many of you probably have a favorite spot, a place that makes you feel connected to the land, disconnected from the chaos, the noise, the distractions of today. The world is becoming more and more complex, making it harder and harder to take in all of the information that our environment is providing us. For example, how often do you pay attention to the hawk when you ride down the road when it's trying to warn you that you need to be cautious? Or do you see the eagles showing their approval when something special has happened, or recognizing that something sacred is in process? These are many things that Native people have in common when it comes to spirituality, and it makes us able to work together, to pray together, and to achieve common goals. And I think these things help define the base of our Lenape spirituality. So the land, we're fortunate to be on our homelands where ancestors lived, prayed, and passed on traditions from generation to generation. The land in connection to our ancestors provides access to the ancestral knowledge. This may be considered the collective and general information that is passed along. It may be as simple as knowing where the sacred lands are, the sacred areas, identifying plants that were used for medicine, ability to recognize the importance of cedar and tobacco, or even the craft work and how it is intimately connected to the land and passed along. When I say collective, I want to emphasize that we exist as a tribe because we have each other. We have tribal stories and sacred information that's been passed to individuals who pass that information to the tribe. And each of us has a role to play, just like our ancestors. No one person carried everything, so our collective ancestral knowledge is what makes us strong, and which makes it possible for us to remember what's been forgotten and to utilize the skills and information for the benefit of our collective. If the land gives us so much and remains such a vital part of our identity, then we need to work to protect it. Over the years, the tribe has been involved in many fights to save places like the Black Creek site in northern New Jersey, and even places closer to home. And I would argue that we're fortunate to continue to exist in a place where our ancestors have been for tens and thousands of years. Anywhere you go around here, this is our homeland, and I think really helps us to connect to our spirituality. I think we've also been given basic instructions to purify ourselves with cedar and to pray with tobacco. We also use sage and sweetgrass, and efforts to purify our minds and our homes, and to be able to pray and to be able to receive information from the Creator and from the ancestors and the land itself. And our ancestors, I know when we're able to pray in our traditional ways on our traditional lands, we're able to see and feel the connection to our ancestors. They help guide our actions and ceremony, help us to feel the connection and the responsibility of that connection. Even with a chance to meet with medicine and women or removed relatives in Oklahoma, a lot of the stories and experiences were the same. I remember being about 15 vivid memory of a ceremony going on, and the men are talking together, and the women are talking together. The women are telling a story, and then all of a sudden, like I knew that story, and I had a part of that to share, and the story just went around, and then really felt this connection. I've always thought of our Lenape communities as like a glass ball that was broken, and as in different pieces, but it's still there. It still exists. It can still help us to recognize what's lost, and also to recognize each other. Um, a lot of us will continue to use cedar and sage to purify ourselves and to pray on a daily basis. Those purifiers are meant to remove all the noise and distraction, anything that's going to bring negative things into our sacred places and our sacred gatherings. And many of the ceremonies I mentioned earlier have been openly practiced on our tribal lands for a few generations now. I want to recognize that this has taken effort for so many people, so many relatives and ancestors to be where we are today. I also want to recognize that there are men's and women's roles in spirituality in our traditional ways. The colonizer worked to eliminate women's authority and responsibility in the community. We traditionally have clan mothers, who typically are elder women who have significant responsibilities in the spiritual and traditional guidance of a tribe. Traditionally, clan mothers would even help to choose the tribal leadership. As I reflect on the many women who have guided me, I can see that a strong and successful community will have a balance and look to clan mother leadership for guidance. Unofficially, I like to count people like my aunties, Rosemary Ridgway, Lorraine Gregg, Margaret Miller, Mary Ward, Pat Rosello, Karen Mosley, Elizabeth Edwards, Gail Bull, and so many other strong female leaders we've had and lost in the most recent past. A few years ago, the tribal women decided that we wanted to gather in prayer and fellowship to uplift the work of the tribal women, to recognize those that have already passed along, and to seek that imbalance that helps us to grow stronger spiritually as a people. And I'm thankful for the role grandmothers was brought back in time for my mother to be named grandmother before passing. As women, we have the gift to bring life. That's what one of our roles is. Our mothers connect our children as they make their journey from the spirit world to this world. And so it is a sacred role and responsibility, and traditionally was recognized, and hopefully will continue to be recognized. All this to say, we have a spiritual path to walk. We may choose to walk the road together, making people stronger. And what we do as individuals matters too, especially when we have our community in mind. Most of all, I know with the land and the prayer in our ancestors that nothing is really lost to us. And all we need to do in the future of our community is to remember the gifts that we've been given. And to me, this is the core of being Nanapoc Lenape. I want to express my gratitude, one, for being here today, but also to the creator and my Nanapoc Lenape ancestors and my people. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bernadette. We'll go with
Just for the record, my last name is Birguba. Yeah. Thank you very much, James. Uh, I'm happy to say that we envision this panel presenting adding an emic point of view. I mean, to have someone speaking as a citizen of the tribal nation and someone who is outside. But I think some of the things that I'm going to say chime with what Tina just shared with us. Because I also believe that the Lenape story is particularly difficult to study. And this is due to the early colonization of the tribe. I mean, the eastern woodland tribes were the first one to encounter the northwestern European settlers, and they were the first one to endure the forceful assimilation. And this is why it is difficult to study the cultural dynamics of the Nanticoke Lenape people. But when we talk about evolution of culture, I just wanted to remind everybody in the room what culture is, because every student who takes the introductory course in cultural anthropology learns what culture is. What are the basic components of culture? One is the cognitive process. This is what people know, what people believe, what are the values of the people. The second one are the behavioral patterns, how people interact in different social situations, how do they behave. And the last one being the material creations, everything that people create from tools to our arts. So these are the components of culture, and the culture needs to be learned, shared, and transmitted. So this is the way culture is reproduced. We learn as we grow up in a certain culture, we share with our peers in the same community, and we transmit to the next generation. What happens if this cultural process is disrupted? And this is what happened to the Lenape people. The cultural process was disrupted and they were not allowed to transmit. So, how this happens? Well, this is the impact of the assimilation that I was talking about. And there is a big difference between assimilation that would be more or less voluntary and a forceful assimilation, which is what happened to them because they were colonized. They didn't come from somewhere else to settle on this continent. They were here for 10 to 15,000 years, so they were colonized. First thing was the ban of their language, and the language is a key to reproduce the cultures, to transmit the cultures. And the language was banned in many different ways, but most notably in the boarding schools that I mentioned before. They couldn't speak between each other in their own language. If not, they would be punished severely. I mean, I'm not talking just about superficial measures like banning the attire, changing the hairstyles. Ban of language is very serious. Ban of belief systems. What do they believe in? And all the ceremonial practices that are related to this belief system because they're deemed to be not civilized enough. So they were converted into Christianity, most often Methodist, Protestant churches, or Presbyterian churches. So this is very forceful. And for many, many years, they couldn't even say that they were native people if they lived on the Eastern Shore. And why? Because in 1830s, the Indian Removal Act passed in the Congress, which means all the tribes that lived on the eastern shores needed to be removed, physically removed from their ancestral lands to the west side of the Mississippi River. Some of them were sent to what was then called the Indian Territory, today Oklahoma, some of them to Kansas, some of them to Canada. And those who chose to remain could not openly express their identity. Well, so how can the culture survive? That is the very interesting question that we are going to discuss today. One of the people who study cultural memory, I'm going to cite from Tolkien and Harvey Memory and Social Transmission. The character of transmission in troubled times present a major theoretical challenge. Yet, while history is now commonly assumed to be a necessary aspect of any anthropological account, the problems of how social and cultural features recur or change are still not fully considered. We have to talk about collective memory. This is how some of the components of culture can survive, and this is how the culture could be later reclaimed. What is it that that survived all these years when people lived here but uh, had to hide their identity? Well, this is the very sense of identity because they knew about it. And when I talked to Chief Gould years ago, he said, we could not speak about it, but we know who we are. The sense of identity survived. Some of the ancestral knowledge survived. The native ways of fishing and hunting, the native knowledge for herbal healing survived. Many stories survived, but interestingly enough, they were not told to the kids. They were spoken between adults because kids could not understand why these stories couldn't be shared with the outside world. but these things survive and they allow the people to reclaim their culture later when they enter a new chapter of their story. And this new chapter began in the 70s with the American Indian movement. Many of the Nanticoke and Lenape people were active in this movement with all the other civil rights movements in the same period of time. And they began collecting information and reorganizing their people to get together and register the tribe. So the tribe was first registered as a non-profit organization and recognized by the state of New Jersey in 1982. Later on, it became a sovereign nation uh, within a nation, so it is a tribal nation nowadays. So it began with the tribal organization, return of the gatherings and return of the powwows. And the powwows are intertribal gatherings, and the powwows themselves evolved over time in a certain way. But they were just a gathering of people exchanging knowledge and practices between themselves. And then about the ceremonies, which is very, very important because they are part of the belief system, but people uh, were not accustomed to that. So how do they find them? They were lost. It was in the 70s when the elders of the tribe realized they needed to reclaim their own culture, to relearn ways of unifying the tribal life around calendar ceremonial cycle, to introduce narratives relating people to their ancestral knowledge, values, and beliefs, to identify the old patterns of artistic expressions, and to find ways to reconnect the broken chain of the cultural transmission. The native way was the first step for their cultural revival. This was the way which was not the way of the white people and not the way of the black people their own. The initial search for knowledge coincided with the time when a man from the Lakota tribe named Fool's Crow was traveling along the East Coast with the idea to share his knowledge and experience in the native ways with Eastern tribes before it was too late. The Lenape elders recollect that he had a vision, and his vision made him realize that it was his mission to help his brothers and sisters on the east coast of the continent to reclaim their native knowledge and cultural practices. So I'm quoting again from an interview with Chief Gold, who is here now. When we really started, we were retrained by Sioux people down at the Piscataways. This is the Piscataway tribe in Maryland. And the ceremonies are similar. It was the protocol that was more important, like for you knowing the fact that you have to cleanse before you do anything, knowing the fact that when you are going to load the pipe, you have to honor the four directions, the Mother Earth and the Father Sky, and the Creator. Another elder of the tribe, Jimmy Ridgway, shared with me in the beginning it was more important to get the Native American way, so we accepted what we could have. Soon after that, however, that was not enough. After that, people needed to find their own Lenape ways, Nantico Lenape ways, because all the native ways were not enough. They were, yes, they were theirs and not theirs at the same time. So the second step was taken in the beginning of the 1990s when the Nanticoke Lenape community reestablished its connections with other Lenape tribes residing in the state of Oklahoma and the Ontario province in Canada, what Tina was talking about. This connection led to another phase of the cultural revival. Tribal members began to bring back their own Lenape ways. Always something new was learned from our trips to Oklahoma, from our trips to Canada. That was another interview I did with Jimmy Ridgway. At this point, they started to learn cultural practices that were different from other Native American tribes and began to strengthen their specific Lenape cultural identity. This was the time they started to bring back Lenape songs, Lenape dances versus powwow dances, Lenape patterns for the traditional crafts, elements of the Algonquian language and elements of ceremonies that would replace some of the Lakota ones. The nature of this specific connection with other Lenape groups is most often described by the people in the following way. We are the keepers of the land here, and they're the keepers of the tradition. So that would help them bring back some of the practices they've lost before. Over time, people began introducing some changes to the ceremonies initially learned from the Sioux and make them more of their own. The songs that we sing, I'm quoting again from an interview, when we do sing in the circle a Lenape song, not like before, the way we used to address the Creator is different. Now we don't call him that anymore, but we call him in our own language. We use our word now. It is just a lot of things that we were unaware before, but we know now. They weren't wrong. What we were doing, we were just part of our culture. They were right, but still, it's not our own way. So, what is the next step? I mean, just a few years ago, they brought back a very, very important ceremony, which is the Big House ceremony, which is very specifically Lenape ceremony, 12 days, 12 nights um, on the tribal grounds. So the process is still ongoing. People are still searching for the ways, but there is no hesitation of who they are and what their identity is. So the culture is very much alive and kicking because all the major core components are in place and they can freely evolve now. So what is the native way? Some people say this is a way of life. Some people say this is a way of thinking. Some people say this is a knowledge. But many of the elders with whom I spoke understand knowledge as a gift from the ancestors or a gift from the Creator that needs to be passed down to the next generation. Or is it the artistic expressions or all of the above? All of the above. So living between cultures is really not easy because when we're talking about reclaiming, preserving, and transmitting specifically Nanticoke and Upper culture, it still happens in the American society today. And people need to live between cultures. And I can relate to that because it is very similar to what happens to first generation immigrants like myself. We have to live between cultures, and it is not easy. We have to talk about these things and we have to understand the complexity of this cultural process. And all people who question the possibility of a culture to be revived, maybe we need to remind them about the cultural memory and how it helps a culture to be revived, preserved, and transmitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Piergova. And next up is Trinity Norwood.
Good morning. I'm a I'm an old school church girl. Y'all can talk back to me. Good morning. All right. So if y'all will bear with me, my printer was not my friend this morning, so I just brought the whole laptop. Ita, Kwango Melo Humo. I greet you in the language of my ancestors that I believe my spirit knows, but my brain is still learning. But I think it is important to verbalize it in all spaces that I am in to connect me to my ancestors. My name is Trinity Norwood. I am a citizen of the Nanticoke Lenape Nation of New Jersey. My father is the Reverend Dr. John R. Norwood, and my mother is Tanya Norwood. It is a pleasure to be able to be here, and I thank my elders for giving me the space to speak, and I thank Ms. Ty for inviting me. When I was thinking about identity and my identity inside versus outside in the world. The first battleground to me as a Native person was school and figuring out how I define myself and how I navigate in a classroom. And so that's why I wanted to concentrate for the next couple minutes on decolonizing classrooms. Miss Tina spoke something that I think so many Native students have to deal with, being denied who you are by someone you're supposed to trust and is supposed to be guiding you as a child. When I was in school, similarly, the section in our history books that spoke about Native Americans was only a few paragraphs long, or a page if you were lucky, and had more pictures than words. The Native people were talked about in a generalized past tense and also concentrated oftentimes on Western Plains tribes, even though I went to school here, right, New Jersey. Um, and only about how they interacted with European colonizers. Unfortunately, even though that was almost 20 years ago, I'll be 36 next month, I have friends who have kids who are in the school system, and it has not changed very much. Um, Distinctly remember one time in a history class, the section ended, all Native Americans moved out west to Oklahoma. And I was sitting in the back of the classroom, and I remember the frozen feeling I had as all of my fellow students looked back at me confused because I had told everyone I was a Native person, but our book, which we're supposed to trust, and our teacher, who we do trust, are telling everyone something different. And it is a sensation that a lot of Native students have to go through. Another example of this of misidentification in schools, not just in the classroom, but um, it embeds itself in our educational system, is how we classify students. I am one of three children in my household, and my parents were very intentional about how they identified us when enrolling us in school. And they checked two boxes: African American and Native American. And by the time each of us graduated high school, those boxes were something different. In fact, when I graduated high school, I found out that somebody had checked me off as Latino. And I said, "You're going to want to fix that before my mom comes up to this school and raises all kinds of crazy." My younger brother in fifth grade had a very traumatic experience in which a teacher asked for an example of someone who doesn't wear shoes, and a fellow student said, "A little Native American boy." And my little brother stood up and said, "Well, I've got sneakers on today, and I am a little Native American boy." And his teacher interrogated him and refused to believe that he could be who he said he was. And my older brother was an athlete and had to compete as a wrestler in schools that had mascots that were caricatures of his culture. And young Native students, young Lenape students, particularly here in New Jersey, we have a situation where we have many schools that use and incorrectly pronounce Native tribal names and mascots. And our kids are fighting that on the outside while they're also at a point in time where they're trying to define who they are in the world. And it can have long lasting effects. I, on a personal note, I don't think that I fully rested in my identity as an Afro Indigenous woman until my late 20s, as I still figured out where was the line. How could I celebrate who I was without diminishing other parts of me and not be angry and confrontational when people denied who I was? And if we create spaces in schools that feel safe for young Lenape students, it also creates the opportunity for well rounded students of other cultures. Um, Although this damage of this feeling in my classroom has stayed with me to this day, so do pivotal moments in my educational journey. One of the first moments I felt really seen was when I was in high school. Actually, I had a English teacher named Miss Morgan, and she had a section in our English class for modern Native writers. It was the first time in school, I was in high school, and it was the first time that I was learning about my culture outside of a history class and about my culture in modern times, not before the 1800s. And I felt like I had a voice, and she allowed me to speak about how I felt. It created a space where my other students became interested in my culture and not something that was dismissed because it wasn't because it was irrelevant, because it was in history class. And that experience actually was one of the things that inspired me to start to do assistant educational programming and creating spaces and policies in schools that allow for Native culture to be introduced and integrated into all classrooms, not just history class. I have some anecdotes and some experiences I want to share that I have learned from not just my personal life, but also working with Native students as well as Native educators. In many of the classrooms I visited, I have encountered misinformation. Wonderful example is I did a presentation, and some of the students were from Shawnee High School, and they did not know whose ancestral land they were on. One of the most basic pieces of information. Um, Damaging misconceptions like all natives live on reservations. There are no reservations here in New Jersey. Native people don't pay taxes. That's something that people have actually asked me on the collegiate level, raise their hand and ask me that question in presentations. Um, Information like talking about the story of Thanksgiving, Christopher Columbus. There are so many false information and things that are reinforced in school that silence and contribute to erasure. It can make a native student, feel small in a space where there is already a hierarchy that is based in colonialism. The lack of information on historical events, like the Indian boarding school era, federal laws affecting Indigenous people, having some level of understanding on these issues would allow other students to understand current issues facing tribal communities today. These are things I have encountered during presentations at all grade levels. Misconceptions and biases like these are damaging to Native communities and students, but not just Indigenous students. Sitting in the classroom where this misinformation or lack of information is being spread, they contribute to continued erasure of Native peoples and create a sense of otherness in the mind of fellow students. Like Native people might be here, but they're not here. There's this idea that they're somewhere in the woods, a part of some other reality that doesn't really affect me. We must stand up together and fight against misinformation. Native people are here. We survive, we thrive, and we are contributing members of our very modern day society. And you can see pieces of our ancestors in the foundations of our modern world, like the concept of democracy. In fact, I'm sure some of us drove our cars here on roads that are traditional Lenape words, names, and people. We are here. Another thing that does a lot of damage to a young person coming up in school is terminology. The blanket statement of all Native Americans believe we are different and distinct and beautiful cultures. Every tribe has their own traditions, their own languages, their own ceremonies. To blanket us as a monolith does so much damage. Native people are only talked about typically in history class and reduced to anything earlier than the 1800s. We have Native people consistently contributing to society. We have Native adventurers and we have Native artists here and scientists, and those people are not recognized, creating a greater gap in a Native student sitting in a classroom and not feeling a part of things. You can often, in my experience, I often felt like the world was moving without me because my culture wasn't a part of the things that I was learning. Another dehumanizing thing that a lot of Native students experience in the classroom is celebrations around Columbus Day and Thanksgiving. It is a very difficult thing, and I know my parents experienced it. Sometimes they would just take us out of school so that we didn't have to deal with the confusion and the trauma that those kinds of days can bring. And we can create spaces in classrooms where we don't miss out on celebrating. I don't think my ancestors, we traditionally had multiple celebrations throughout a year. There are many things that we can celebrate that don't have to celebrate tragedy and colonization and death. So, in closing, because I could talk all day about this. I'm not staying if anyone wants to catch me later. how how do we combat this trauma and erasure and create an inclusive and safe classroom? Um, do sorry, I lost my place. How do we create a classroom that is safe for kids? Um, do ask questions, learn, create a space where your students or feel like they have agency to explain themselves and explain their cultures. Don't associate Native people solely with colonialism. We were here before colonialism. There's so much to learn about our culture and our community that is separate from tragedy. We are full of joy and even through tragedy continue to be full of joy. It's important um, to not box Native history away from American history. They're an integrated timeline. There would be no American history without Native history. It's important, on the other hand, not to overwhelm students with disturbing images and dramatic feelings. I know a lot of educators have spoken to me about feeling like uh, there's a difficult way to balance those things. Our children are smart. And it's 2025, they see a lot of things they shouldn't see online. It is important to be honest and real with our kids. And I think that's how you create trust and well rounded, smart kids. And I think that is the main goal for all of us, whether you're a parent or a teacher or an auntie. We want to set our kids up to be loving and accepting and heart forward young people. And the way that we do that is create space where people of different cultures can feel included. And it's not just only teachers. I promote an idea of being an everyday ally. When you are in a space and have the opportunity to say something, say something. If somebody is making a generalized statement about Native people, say, hey, that might not be what all tribes believe. You should check on that. 2 minutes, I'm almost done. These changes are not just for Native students. They are for the students, they are for the teachers, they are for the administrators, they are for the parents. I think that if we start in classrooms, it will become a ripple effect that allows us all to be better educated and more well-rounded and more connected. And that is the future I think that my ancestors always wanted for all of us. Wanishi.
Wonderful. Thank you again to all our presenters for this session. Open it up for questions.
So are there any questions for our panel? We're here to answer any questions that you have.
It's like I say in high school that one of my teachers who was a part of the tribe told me that my other half, the Puerto Rican half, um, is alive. And that really confused me too because I was I was like, okay, so what am I then? Like, what was the half of me that I don't know, like that got killed off? Like, 'cause you're saying that there were no Taínos left in Puerto Rico, and he's saying that I wasn't Puerto Rican, and that was really confusing to me. I'm not gonna say any names, but you know,
Is it working?
Yes.
Okay, everybody can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. We talked about this is an intergenerational trauma for a lot of young people, and particularly for young Native people who have multiple ancestries. You know, there's always how do I pick a side where one side is more legitimate or less legitimate. I went through a long phase, and I think all women go through a phase figuring out my hair. How do I appreciate my ancestry through my hair? My curly hair, my straight hair, my braided hair. Um, and it is a terrible balance. And I think even today I have my mornings where I'm like, oh, what am I doing? Um, but I want to say thank you for sharing that because I feel you on that trauma of figuring out how to stay in the middle of the lane when people are trying to get you to pick a side.
These older people who are in, who are like,
Yeah.
like, especially you go to the trust, like what?
Somebody you're supposed to be able to trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Growing up in the tribe and having lots of non-tribal friends, my mom Thais would bring them with us to all of the functions, and there I started appreciating that myself as a mom. And I know Trinity, you brought some friends around too. Um, and so being a mom now, I like to bring my kids' friends along so that they can know and understand that we are here. um, and maybe they can start advocating for us also. Just this last youth retreat we had, I brought two non-tribal friends, and they were just wow, and the crafts that they did, and all this other stuff, and they were just amazed by our culture and realizing, we are here. That's they said a statement specifically, like, around the area of like, I didn't even know Native Americans were a thing because they're, pre-age that would learn that yet in school, because that's how most people learn it, is in school, that Native Americans are even a thing.
Hello, sorry, just a brief interruption. I just wanted to say that Dr. Iveta won't be coming for the panel discussion or discussion after. So if you do have any questions for her, please find her in the afternoon at some point. I'm just offering a formal apology. My mother's taken ill at the moment, so she won't be coming out. I apologize.
Did anybody want to respond to Annalise's inclusion of other people's children?
I think that's really a good idea and important. You can use as many allies as possible. Also, just being in community with other individuals, when you're not in the room and people start talking the way that you thought you just corrected them on, then you have people in those spaces who are knowledgeable, that have a real life experience and connection. So I think that's really a powerful thing to do for yourself, for your kids, and also for our future generations. While you all were talking about that, it occurred to me that land acknowledgements have become a really big deal in probably the past 10 years. You see them a lot in educational spaces. Unfortunately, a lot of times there are severe like mispronunciations, or they still talk about people in the past tense, but I think that's also another way to kind of, when it's done correctly, you get in the practice of understanding where you are, what the connections are, and where to go to look for other resources. I think, unfortunately, in academic spaces too, a lot of people leave it as the statement, and they have no action pieces behind that, nothing to show that they're truly invested in what they're saying. And so maybe in the places that you work or the places where your children are, being able to ask for those follow-up, like, well, if this is your statement, where are the practice for what you're doing? And I think that's another way that can help encourage and support Indigenous students in their spaces where they don't always have to be the one sort of speaking out.
Anybody else have questions, comments?
Oh, sorry. Thank you all. This has been a great session, a great day so far. I wanted to ask, where are the places, who are the teachers or the districts that are doing it right? They're doing it well. I know at Trinity you spoke about the one teacher who made space for you, and that's what was wonderful to hear. But for those of us who want to encourage this positive action, where are the good models that we can look to try and replicate elsewhere, or try and encourage replication elsewhere?
Well, have had over the past couple of years a wonderful opportunity to work with the Philadelphia School, and oh gosh, I guess I've probably worked with them on and off for the past decade. And it started small. It was a music teacher who wanted to figure out how to appropriately incorporate Native music and dance into his classroom. And we figured out a way to do it. They had listening sessions, and at one point I came up and did live music with the kids, and it inspired some of the other teachers. They went. The Smithsonian has a wonderful program. A lot of the teachers went and participated in trainings with the Smithsonian, as well as they started to figure out, they just got creative about ways to integrate it into regular everyday things for the kids. In one of their craft classes, they made little lacrosse sticks and learned about native sports. They created a space in their garden for the three sisters. So they were growing corn, beans, and squash to teach the kids about indigenous plants. So I think that it depends on your school's culture, but there's always like little tweaks. It doesn't have to be. I've worked with schools who are saying, "Oh, we've wanted to do this for the past 15 years," and I'm like, "Well, you could have started doing something. You know, you didn't have to wait to be able to make this huge change. You could have started with a land acknowledgement and made a list of three goals. Hey, we're going to make sure that we review our history books." And maybe our history books are going to be out of date for a while because that requires funding, but we're going to make sure that we have handouts for the kids for that section so that we can get into it. We're going to add some books to our library, not only about Native history, but written by Native people. We have some Native authors in here right now. So there's all different kinds of ways. I think the Philadelphia school did a wonderful job. I also just have worked personally with teachers who are just like, hey, what can I bring here into the classroom to get the kids excited and kind of be the ripple effect for the whole school.
Just to add to that too, I think another resource is the New Jersey Indian Commission. I know for a number of years they worked on trying to develop the curriculum that was meant to be that fourth grade Lenape curriculum that people would have. I think unfortunately, like as teachers come and go, as policies change, as administrations change, there's different tolerance, there's different time spent. So I always think that important to empower the child to be able to have the voice and to know that they have the support. And also, when I was coming up, there was always someone in the community that was willing to do a presentation, if not for the school, for the classroom, just so that the space could be safe, or at least to change sort of the context of that. And that's not to say that people aren't doing a good job, but I just think we're not there yet where we can guarantee that every child's going to go into a space, even in our communities, and find sort of the support. And so if you can be that support system, even if you're in an allied kind of place, your knowledge and information could be a way of supporting those students. There's just a couple of different points. Some of the museums too. So like the Penn Museum just took down a display that was up for a decade, and that really had a chance to focus on a lot of our elders. It didn't just talk about us in the past. They commissioned new materials to be part of the museum collection. They did a lot of oral histories. Those were available on video so people could actually see other people too. So another resource too, if it's not present in the classroom, is to look at podcasts and the wealth of information that's online. You could get what are some recommendations of people to go and see and have someone be able to speak in that regard. In my class, sometimes I want people to hear from other Native authors and educators. And so I'll give 10 or 15 minutes to a space where that person's talking about their work and then continue the discussion. So we have a world of resources here. Sometimes it just takes that sort of commitment. And just one more thought, Cumberland Regional High School has like a 7 sending districts, I think. My mom was on their community advisory board for a number of years. She stayed even after our kids had all gone through the high school system, but she was in place to be able to kind of look at these resources when issues came up, like with graduation, for example, not being able to wear eagle feathers. Like I feel like that's still something that happens every single year, or you can't bead your cap. So just having somebody who's willing to step up, knowing who the resources are in the local community, there's just a couple of places to find some support.
We have time for one more question.
Actually, it was just a comment or my experience as what Trinity was talking about, decolonizing the classroom, and what George and Annalise were saying. I grew up in the 70s and I did not grow up in the community. So, the Native American community, I grew up in, well, I guess, a military area. So when we did our Native American studies in elementary school, I told my elementary teacher that I was Native American, and she told me, "No, you're not. All Native Americans are dead." So, I mean, I just wanted, it is traumatizing being, Native and going through that experience. So I just wanted to get that comment. And I was actually sitting here talking to John because he grew up in Maryland too, and he had some of the similar experiences.
And it's like at the same time you're having all these presentations and no one questioned when the kid next to me says, "Well, this is my dreidel and this is how we use it." But then we're supposed to justify at 6 years old. So it's yeah, just sticks with me.
This book was my ninth grade English teacher. Yeah, I gotta talk to you something else. Miss Wilson was my ninth grade English teacher. She told me after she asked if there are there any Indians in the classroom, she told me to sit down and shut up. So that's what we went through. So I don't think that things have changed that much, but I'm just glad that the effort has gone forward.
I think one of the unfortunate pieces here is that we're always in a like survival mode of like how can I respond to this, and they always force us to respond in ways that are around grief and resistance and things that take away the joy that we actually have in our culture and our community and our homes, our sense of humor. Like you want to have there's some great native comedians right in our own, right in this room, and so just thinking about shifting the conversation in a way that everybody you to identify in the way that you feel is most empowering and important, not just trying to respond to the ways that people are already misidentifying you or the stereotypes that need to be sort of still undone.
Did you have more things, Luba?
Well, I guess it's starting lottery.
No, we already started because you were there. So,
Oh, all right. Yes, I do. So these were three very, very interesting sessions that gave very, very different perspectives. Um, and what was interesting, obviously, to me also as someone who, I don't know, I might have mentioned, but that is my mother. But a lot of the people in this room have actually seen me grow up because the Lenapes were so generous that they adopted three generations of my family in. So my parents, myself, and even my little daughter. Um, so in a way, I've seen both the inside and the outside perspectives in a very interesting way. I kind of belong to neither. Um, and I found it very interesting that when the discussions were happening, there was a lot of topic about context, the context in which the Lenape actually existed, the context in which they were almost attempted to be made to cease to exist, and yet they persevered, the context within which they managed to show their resilience and their strength to grow. And I was hoping that we could actually have some of this conversation here in the room around that context, the political context, the religious context, and the roles of the churches, but also the familial context, the community context, the role of the women. All of these were kind of raised. So I was hoping people would actually discuss a little bit more about the different roles of those contexts as related to the education, the transmission of knowledge, and the cultural exchange of the Lenape within themselves, internally with the community, but also externally. So, are there any thoughts around that?
I teach I teach social sciences at Atlantic Cape Community College, and my area of specialization is social justice. Um, I suppose you could say I come from a critical race theory perspective. I've said it, and I don't apologize for it. I'm aware that, yeah, I'm certainly aware of the anti-CRT push, especially in K through 12. But by the time I get younger students, they're clueless for the most part. First of all, about our history. Second, about the existence of Native American peoples at all, but certainly not in our neighborhood. So, we talk about that and they're wide eyed and say, really, I didn't know that. So, a lot of the things that you've already been addressing. I guess what I'm afraid of, I'm worried about is the the idea that so much progress has been made that the powers that be, you mentioned political powers and otherwise, are pushing back, right? And we see this. We see cancel culture happening in reverse. We see, um, with the swipe of a pen, many, many times, things being erased. And certainly anything having to do with um, DEI, right, is being literally erased. We lose funding if we have any of these elements in our curriculum. And I'm just thinking about the strength and resilience and all of the different resources that you mentioned, including women. Um, what is the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape um, nation doing? Are you girding your loins? Are you getting ready for, I think, another wave of pushback? And is resistance, resilience? What's the plan? Because I think it's there. The pushback is absolutely there, and your efforts are going to be. They're going to try to squelch it. Is what I'm saying. So thank you for listening.
If I may, I think that um, we're always ready for a fight. That's what has made us resilient. It doesn't matter who's in office, where the political pendulum is swinging. We have been marginalized and erased and traumatized by all. And so I think that in my experience, um, I have been blessed to see my elders just be prepared. Whatever comes, we will be here. And I think that as a tribe, that has been a theme that has strengthened us as a community and as individuals. It can oftentimes feel very dark, but there is always light at the end of the tunnel. Just grab my hand, I'm in front of you, and we're going to get through it together. And I think that as we look at things like that, not only for our tribe, but as a community all in general, as we navigate through so many changes that are going on, that is how you get new to it. My mom says there's nothing new under the sun. It just feels like it some days, and we will get through. And so that is my thought on things. We're always ready for it. We made it this far. We're gonna keep on making it.
I'd agree with that wholeheartedly. My grandpa used to say that get as much education as you can because that's one thing that they can't take away from you. And I think that education is not just in like high school and college and different spaces like that, but in our own communities, like how we pass that information on to our children. And so I think there needs to be and there is effort to take care of the elders and to take care of the children, to look at our past and help to support our future. And so I think there's been a lot of emphasis on that over the years in a lot of different ways. I also mentioned the women trying to like bring that spiritual balance back into the community too, so that whatever else happens on the outside, it doesn't change who we are or where we've been or where we still want to go. And I think it's important to really hold on to the pieces that are ours, that are not defined by all these sort of spaces that are fighting against us. And also, even in my workspace, Native Americans are the original people here, so we're not any DEI effort, right? We are the original people. If you want to get to know where you are, then kind of use that as kind of above and beyond sort of the other dialogue. And I know there will be pushback in different spaces, but I think we also have to empower ourselves to move forward like that too.
As we're talking about moving forward, I also want to open this as a discussion to everyone who's here in the room from the tribe to hear about your opinions in addition to those of the panel. Thank you so much.
You know, the critical race theory, I agree with that totally, because that is true for all of us. We have to look, the Native community, everybody has to look at themselves in a very honest way. I mean, we are not the merciless savages that Tom Jefferson saw, although I understand why he said it. But we're also not, an example is when Barbara and I did a show at a folk festival in Delaware. They thought we were some magical people who could talk to trees in long conversations, or I could give them herbs to make them well. Trust me, I'm not medicine. I'll give you an herb, you're going to die. And so we got to look at yourself in an honest way. See, I would just look at this way, as you're pointing out, history is a circle for any culture. And there will be times at the top of that circle, you'll just want to rejoice, sing our songs, do a stomp dance, whatever. But other times you just want to put your face in a pillow and scream in anguish, thinking, how could they do that? That is looking at ourselves in an honest way. That's all I ever looked at with critical race theory. It's an honest look. History of people, native people, whatever the people are. The key word is people. We have flaws, accept them. Can't be, we're not the horrible people some see us, and like the new agers who think again that we have some mystical powers that really aren't there. So yeah, your chore as educators, as teachers, as lecturers, it's cut out for you. It's to try to come across as people, just regular people, because basically we all want the same thing: peace for our families. I don't care where you come from. That's a goal.
Anyone else wanting to follow that up? Well, I suppose one of the things that Barry's kind of comment did raise was also the fact that there are a lot of perceptions about what it means to be native to those who are non-native, like those who think that all natives somehow use drugs to see visions and all sorts of strange things that are myths. So the next bit, I suppose, of the discussion I'd like to drive is the myths versus the reality of who you feel you are as Lenape versus the myths you have faced and have had to sometimes even challenge back, or just screamed into a pillow for, or just rolled your eyes and walked away. Would anyone like to share any stories that they've experienced about myths versus realities?
I want to tan your hide. Now, if that didn't get the message across right there, my mother couldn't talk. I'm going to tan your hide, and you knew what was coming next. So that was all I had to say. Thank you, Mom.
Uh, Good day, everybody. I just wanted to share a story that, we having the 250th year anniversary for the signing of the Declaration next year. And as a part of a community program that Philadelphia is organizing, they were wanted to make sure that all communities were acknowledged. And me being I was on one of the organizations that was going through the grant process. And the one thing that kept coming up was that there are no more Lenape. And so for 10 months, I kept saying, well, wait a second, I went to school with them. I know plenty. What are y'all saying? There are plenty here. Well, where are they? Like, well, just ask for them. They're right there, they're right there, they're right there, they're school districts. And so eventually I came to the realization that we have to showcase Lenape peoples and Lenape histories and bring them to the forefront. And so um, that's what my organization is trying to do as an indigenous individual, but not from this area, to show the respect and acknowledgement. And so just actively going into the schools, talking to individual teachers if the school district is on the NUN, but particularly um, for us non-Lenape, when we hear someone, particularly politicians, say they're not here, to be able to know individuals. You can grab people's business cards here. Is they're more than just individuals. They have organizations and institutions. And they're building legacies on their own. And so to be able to say, no, they're right here, and I'm going to bring them to you. And so that's what I'm trying to do. And hopefully some others in the room will also do that for your schools, for your communities, for your churches, or just for yourself.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Talk about
Myth. One thing that comes up when we always have certain types of programs, and I'm sure you come across this as well. There was no one. The myth is that there's one chief, one tribe. I think that's one of the biggest, especially when you're talking to non-native communities. They say, "Well, how are you related to the chief?" You know, and Ty and I, we have this conversation all well, what once a week, where it's like, no, there's different bands, there's different communities, different families, same families for hundreds of years. It's no different. And I always, and again, very hit it on the head. And when I, this is me personally, when I speak and you hear me speak, it's about the common ground. It's always about the common ground because we all can agree we all want the same thing. We all want to be healthy. We all want clean food, clean air, clean water. We want to live in balance. These aren't mystical ideas. And I think that when you really delve down to the essence, that's really what we're talking about. But when we talk about the myth, that's one of the great ones. Well, no, that chief was that Lenape chief was in PA. You guys are in South Jersey. You know, this, that, and the third. There's different families, and that's the easiest way to understand it. Multiple families, we changed and we grew with the seasons, we moved with the seasons. Delsey Drive is an old trail. Nobody knows that. Delsey Drive from 55 all the way down, from Camden all the way down. That's one of the trails. It's about that's the local because I that was a question I was asked earlier. Well, how do you who's doing it right and how can you make it relevant? That's how you make it relevant. You make it relevant by speaking about this is the Cohanzick River and bringing that in and just making it every day. It shouldn't be this over the top, Hogwarts, kind of mystical magic. It shouldn't be. At the end of the day, we have our traditions. We do have our magic. We do have our medicine, I'm not downplaying any of that. That's a different conversation. But the general conversation and the myth that's something that could be addressed by everyone after you leave this room. Because no, there were different families. There's different clans. So I don't know if that helps or makes sense.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? I just wanted to play off of that, the misconception of one chief, one tribe. I think it also speaks to this simplistic, almost barbaric idea, that a myth that I think a lot of us encounter on a regular basis. There's this false idea that before Europeans came, this was an untouched wilderness. You know, you see it in all the movies, even in the documentaries. That is not what this land looked like. Native people were navigating this land. We worked with the land, but we did things like controlled burning. We did farm and things of that nature. It didn't look the same way that it looked in Europe, but it was happening here, and those practices are still used by our national parks today. We had complicated clan systems, and not just the Lenape people, tribes all over the place. Another misconception that I think adds to that uh, savage Indian idea is, there were 500 nations here. It wasn't just a small group of people living in the woods and a small group of people over here. This land was overflowing. Daddy, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are accounts of Europeans coming and saying that the fires of the Lenape people lit the coast. There were so many of us, and so I think that's one of the foundational myths that kind of point everybody in the wrong direction. We were a large community. We were one of many large communities here with government structure and systems that we still practice today.
I suppose that ties in into the what you were talking about, decolonization of education, because one of the things as someone who actually lives in the UK, because I work at the University of Leeds in the UK, I've been to London, including the Sewer Museum of London, which actually tells you during the time when here hygiene was very nice, in London it was not. And yet they claimed that this was the uncivilized land. So there are elements like that that keep popping up because of who wrote the history books, which is what you kind of commented on earlier. Yes.
I just want to also add to what Trinity was saying that another myth is that our cousins south of our border are a different people. We are all the same people. We had no borders. So our Mexican cousins, our South American, our Central American cousins, we are all the same people. We are not different people. Canadian cousins, yes, all brothers and sisters.
Anyone else? I'll get my steps in for the day.
Yeah, I would like to say the only real aliens in this land are the white people because there were all people of different shades throughout the land, black to tan, not necessarily a translucent white. So and that's why I feel like um they'll like to keep the people with melanin away from being outside or in the sun or outdoors. So that we don't have art, so we can't naturally connect to source. But and that's the society they really set up for us, people of melanin, people of skin color, to for us not to remember, for us not to connect with the ancestors in the dirt, for us to think that all that is dirty and stinky and smelly and everything, and for us to be afraid of mosquitoes and ticks. We don't, because the white man has already killed off the natural predator, our natural predator. So now we have nothing to be afraid of. But we're still afraid to go outside, and it's just wild to me to think that black people or people with darker skin who thrive under the sun are not getting any sun at all. And it's just I don't know, it's disturbing to me. But we're all the
Anyone else would like to comment following from that? I will be getting my steps in.
Or
That
Then one of the other big myths is with the chief. I forgot to say this earlier. Was still are a matriarchal society. So that's important also to know.
that actually ties into what he was saying about fear, because the white man in Europe was always afraid of women. We like to burn them, we like to chase them, we like to suppress them. Still are. But also, they're also afraid of other white people. I mean, the Spanish Inquisition, we just didn't like another religion. There was a lot of hate and fear. So I want to know what happens now. How do we move forward past the fears? How do we quell them? How do we get to educate them in a different way? I'm playing obviously a bit of devil's advocate because obviously not everyone is that way. But what can we do next?
I really don't think it's up to us to educate the non-native people. I think it's their willingness to want, their willingness to know. Like if they don't want to know about us, if they want to keep separate, if you have to remember they came over here, they stole us from our land, or they stole our land, they stole us from our reservations or from our property, put us in residential schools, told us that we couldn't speak our language, we couldn't wear our hair long. So yeah, we couldn't eat our foods. So it's not up to us because we wanted, we welcome. We said, hey, come on, live amongst us. So it's not up to us anymore to say, hey, you need to know this. It's not up to us. It's up to them to say, hey, yeah, I want to learn about you. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to take your culture. I want to learn more about you. Tell me more.
Okay, then I'll follow that up with a question. How? Because even those who want to learn, obviously there are things that are specifically tribal that you want to keep private for a reason, like ceremonies, rituals, the more mystical aspects. So how do you balance?
You have your own experience. You have your own individual experience. That's how we all get back to what we just go outside. Just go outside and somewhere, watch the ant, watch the earth, watch the trees, watch the wind, feel the feel just you feel all your senses in outside, and that's how we all get that. That's the answer. As long as we're inside, as long as we're inside, we're just gonna keep going the wrong way. Instead of destroying, learn to appreciate.
Actually, just on that note about learning to appreciate, I would like to say that there are some great authors that are European authors, like Carl May, who's one of my favorite authors, who has written stories about natives with respect, which is one of the reasons why my mother actually came here in the first place, because of this respect that we have learned through some of these things. So they do exist. It's not all bad.
I think it's a matter of courage for all of us. When we're talking about non-native people, whether we're African people or people from different cultural communities who came here through immigration, um, and also speaking to what we're discussing before about the times that we're living in right now, we need to meet that with courage. Period. Um, this is a time of abolition as far as education is concerned. I'm an educator and an artist, and I use those tools for that purpose, for social justice, for empowering youth. Our job as parents, aunties, uncles, educators is to very boldly speak the truth and model that so that the youth can see what that looks like. And then we protect them, right? As we're doing so, we don't want to put our youth in a position where they're speaking out all by themselves. We need to empower them to do that, but we need to also be the courageous models that protect them as they do so, and then we do the work. So, for example, collaboration. We can't be waiting for people to tell us what to do. As an African, I get that all the time. Like, what should we do and this, that? Well, I'm not going to now have to educate you. I just got through being, discriminated against and marginalized. And then you're asking me, how do I undo what I just did to you? Get out of here. Like you understand layers. It's just that you don't want to. It's the cognitive dissonance. I'm supposed to be this thing, yet here I am in this hour, in this moment, participating in the marginalization. And then now I'm asking the person I just marginalized to help me undo it so I don't feel bad. It's like, no, the issue is, are we human beings or not? We are residents of the Napiho King, all of us. First of all, recognize that. And how do I participate in the community that I'm part of? Simple respect is going to help us to understand. Of course, there are certain events that should not center me. So, of course, Of course. And then for the ones that are open to the rest of the community, great. I'm going to make sure that I participate. And I'm not going to wait for the community, for the nation to, invite me. I'm going to, knock on the door and say, hey, I have an idea. Given what we all are collectively going through, I have an idea. Can we, talk to, the the council about this? Can we talk? I had mentioned this to Yvette before. I think all of us should just make it our habit, just being residents of this place, to say, you know what, I'm working on a program. Um, I'm about to go, see the council. All right, I'll see you guys later. And that's just part of life. In the same way, I'm going to the store, I'm going to this and that. Oh, I'm about to, talk to the council about this. And that's just what we do. We talk to the council because we are residents of Lenape right? In the same way that we do all these other things, that we do that we take for granted. We just make that part of what we do. If instead of acting like it's this big deal and head scratcher, what are we gonna, we're human beings, you would do. If this situation was an issue for your family or your block or whatever, all of a sudden those solutions are so easy, but then we put this big roadblock. Once again, get out of here. We come on, right? We're human beings. We're adults. It what's required is what we're afraid of. Like, we're living in times that we've seen before, and if we don't want to repeat it, what's required is absolute old face courage in the face of all this stuff.
Um, I, this is really a tough conversation here. I was thinking about Trinity speaking about the decolonization in the school, in the classroom. I just go back to this kind of thinking about even this whole conversation about the shame. Education, educators dismissing your lineage. Even sometimes us as people, African descent, whomever, it's like the joke was always, man, shut up. Everybody always say they got Indian in their family. You ain't got no Indian in your family, right? So then it becomes this thing that you don't even talk about it. You don't even acknowledge that part of your lineage. Like, and so it becomes like, even like now, like, who are we? And then when you mention the fact about how they classify or identify your name on an application, and then the fact that they misclassify you as a Latino, even when it comes to that, like, do they know who they are? Do they know who their lineage is? You know what I'm saying? Because that's when it becomes, at the history is forgotten or it's never carried on. I think events like this for me, as you talked about, it's like that cultural awakening. You know what I mean? So now I go back and then I get my family tree, and I can say, wow, my mother always talked about. She don't talk about it as much like some cultures do. They continue the story on. Somewhere along the line, we stopped telling our story. You know what I mean? As far as our darker African American culture, we stopped talking about that lineage. So therefore, it gets lost. And then here we go generations later. How do we connect that and try to let our race know that we are part of this family. You know what I'm saying? I think education is definitely key in all of this. And I think that, like you're saying, forums and opportunities like this is great, because even like for me, this is like me kind of self-identifying myself again. Like, let me go back, look at my lineage, and then be able to start, encouraging others to do the same thing, and not let society, because that's what's happened. Education is that, it has that power where, when teachers would say in history, look at history, and before television and we had access to information, we always believed what we was told. You know what I mean? Then once we realize that there is our history out there, we have to seek that. You know what I'm saying? That's individuals. But I think the less you see, the more you believe. So it's like, like you're saying, you got to seek that information, even as far as adults, but how you pass that on to your children and the next generation, that's another thing. But I appreciate the fact of, saying that the decolonization in the classroom, it just makes me think about, wow, I remember at that time when we were more connected and say, yeah, proud to say, yeah, well, we have that lineage. And people, oh man, shut up, man. Yeah, everybody always say, what I mean? Because society always trying to make us like, like you're saying, there was nothing positive about it. It was all, evil and negative. But that was like that, that was like that false narrative that was being told about us. But like again, I appreciate that. And I wanted to say again, ask a question in reference to that. So where is that breakdown when it comes to identifying between the Latino community, Hispanic community, and the lineage of being the Native American tribes? Is that
What is the connection between?
or the disconnection? Where it's like, 'cause for instance, like you're saying, like some people that's like, well, I'm from Puerto Rico. Well, you can see some of your features if you know your lineage, that you're part of a native tribe. Instead of just saying basically I'm from this particular country, but not connecting with your lineage before like before colonialism lies in the nation start happening, and you start identifying the country you from instead of the lineage and the culture that you come from.
I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's colonialism. It is white is right, one drop rule. Those small, well, not small, but those things that we don't think of now because they've become so ingrained into our culture. The one drop rule, if anybody doesn't know, it was, if you've got any black in your family, you just black. And that's why a lot of black folk will say you don't get to acknowledge your mixed ancestry. That is rooted in that. For a lot of my Latino friends, it is the white is right school. The fairer skinned, the straighter hair was always more glorified. And so there is separation. I have friends who have families who have one side that has a more European looking side and one side that has a more Afro Caribbean looking side, and they won't even speak to each other. And they're related, like first, second cousins. That is the global effect of colonialism. And, we've been talking about how colonialism has affected here in Lenape, hoping with the Lenape people, but it is always important to remember that it has affected everything and everyone, and not just people of color, but it has also affected how white folks see themselves, the term white. You have ancestry too. We're talking about getting connected, and I think one of the ways you are able to connect and grow is knowing who you are, and not falling comfortable in these blanket terms, but knowing who you are and being able to be proud of who you are. Um, my friends, my white friends who have taken the time to learn about their culture have so much pride. And it was not something that they talked about because it is separate. It feels separate because it feels so long ago. But it is, if we look at those things, those important things that make us who we are, I think it changes everyone's perspective because you have roots somewhere. I think we are living in a time where people have forgotten their roots and they are just like, as opposed to a flower planted in the ground where you're supposed to be and able to grow well, you are just going wherever the wind blows you and you're pure chaos. So I think that if you're able to find your roots and recognize the effect that colonialism has had on your understanding of life now as well as on your family's history, it opens you up to want to learn more. I get excited about learning about other country cultures because I know about my culture and I'm excited to know about my culture. So I hope that answered your question.
Can I actually ask about when you say roots and things? Do you think this is more of an immigrant problem than a necessarily white race problem? Because people, for example, in Europe, they know their roots. Like, I am Bulgarian, my family is Bulgarian, I also have Hungarian and Greek, and I know my family history and where they've come from. But it's not just me, my friends, people around me. We tend to know where we've come from the same way natives have because we were born in that land. When we come here, just like Americans did, we are immigrants. Now, I'm first generation, like my mother, because I was born in Bulgaria. But many of the Americans here are multi-generation. Some come with the Mayflower. Do you think, though, that it's more of an immigrant problem, the root issue, and trying to identify by color because of that? Or is it something else?
Oh, I don't. Well, we could go all day on that. I think it's a combination of. I think it's a combination because it is also something that are there was also things and policies that our government instituted to allow those things to take place here. So I think it is much deeper than just pointing in one direction. Is it an imminent problem or is it an American thought process? It is a web of things that have brought us here, and it is going. I don't know if anybody's. I have a big spider. I love storytelling. There's this giant spider that lives outside my house. Every summer, I look for her, and she makes this huge. Her web is so big it catches cicadas. Huge. I look for her every summer, and I've been in my home for 10 years, and I've seen her every summer. And so she takes her time to build this web, and then it takes the same amount of time for her to drop this web. And I think that we are so often in life are looking to fix a problem quickly, but we have to remember the web that got us to where we are now. And it takes time to dismantle that web. And there's multiple answers to every problem, and there's multiple causes to every problem. I think that you have to look at where you are and the good that you can do and the changes that you can make. Teeny tiny. Just know and find peace in the fact that you are dismantling part of that web.
And the thing with immigration, we never really stood still as we are now, and as our Europeans have. We always changed with the seasons. We've always left this place, we went to this place, we cleaned up this place for the next person, and we were always on the move. And before that, Europeans didn't invent seafaring abilities. A lot of the Africans, they already had that. They already had that technology. And what I learned from Tavis's mom, or Tavis actually, that you can get from Sierra Leone to South Carolina, what, 13 days? Yeah. So that we were already migrating, we were already coming here, we were already recycling this area. We're not descendants of the originals because there were immigrants from the Asian continent and from the African continent, and who knows, maybe from the European continent before white people emerged. I don't know when that was. But yeah, everybody were America was a melting pot long before the colonization of the Europeans. And they what they did, they wrote the history because they were the victors. So this is what they told us. But they there were dark skinned black people that looked like they were could have been from Africa already living here. And they had reclassified them and did this other stuff just to separate us. But even a lot of the Native Americans now aren't aren't deeply rooted as a lot of the African Americans are to this land.
I'm sorry, I have to cut in because the teacher in me won't let me not.
Okay.
The melting, we talk about myths, the melting pot term. We're not a melting pot, we are a salad bowl. A melting pot mixes everything together, makes a homogeneous bloop, which is great for fondue, but not for people. We're a salad bowl. We have all our own different elements. We got the tomatoes, we got the lettuce. Some people like onions, a little bit of blue cheese. We all have our own cultures, but we're able to come together and make a beautiful salad that is delicious. And I know we are living in times where sometimes that salad might look a little wilted, but we can still be a delicious salad. I think that is so important to remember. And I think things like this allow us to remember that we are a wonderful salad bowl of interconnected people that come together and make a beautiful, beautiful country, beautiful Lenape Hopi.
If I could say something too, that I think not the melting pot, but when they came here, they wanted to race. No natives are supposed to be here. The goal was to make us extinct. That was the goal. I think the policies that are in place and have been in place and continue to be in place are still trying to limit or to get rid of Native people. So I think the idea of having identity, even for anybody coming here, is something that was dangerous to the people in control in the United States. Like, I don't think they ever imagined the number of immigrants that would come, or to allow them to hold on to their culture and traditions, to pose another danger of, like, now what do I do with this group of people and this group of people? And so, not the melting pot, but who's in power kind of saying what this is going to be, and who's not allowed to have any kind of like identity. I think that's also where the problem starts, with us saying, like, you have to be 100% this in order to be this. It's eliminating the different identities that we might hold. Also, for that same reason, to keep that power, to justify the crimes, to justify all of the things that are still yet unwritten.
I suppose what you're saying is that the people in power are the customers wanting to order the salad and they're trying to tailor it for themselves.
Well, I mean, the concept of melting pot is some people's idea of ideal assimilation, that everyone who comes here becomes anglicized, and that's Anglo-American or Anglican Anglo-American assimilation, and some people's idea of what we should be. And of course, I teach about the salad, and I like the idea that I'm gonna go. But my original comment had to do with identity, and what I'm struck by is the way we use, with some degree of certainty, this idea of racial categories. Race is a social construct. And I don't think, there's no evidence that racial groups actually are distinct from one another. What we do is we try to pigeonhole people or check off a box based on what we see. And we think we are pretty good at discerning who's whom, right? So I may think you're Latina because you look Latina. How right was I? Wrong, right? And we do it with one another. We come into contact with new people and we say, oh, I wonder if you're. I used to do it as a teacher. I used to look across my students and say, oh, I have a diverse group in here. Like, as if I knew, and then I would say, well, okay, so what do you know? Well, you know nothing. If you're African American, I think you're African American, so what do I know about you? I know nothing, right? So I think that one of the things we have to do in moving forward is to let go of that idea that racial groups are distinct, that we know what group someone belongs to. These are more myths. We don't know these things at all. And that what we really are different culturally and geographically, right? If I come from Hungary, I'm from a different part of the planet than if I came from Nigeria. And so what? What makes us different is our culture. Those things are real. Those culture is real. Cultural differences are real. The rest is a construct of the colonizer. Right? Colonialism gave birth to the concept of racial differences. And it's all about hierarchies, right? Social stratification based on, name it, race, gender, sexuality, all of those things, right? But as long as we have a death grip on what we think is the reality of racial differences, we can't move forward. So I would invite everybody to just let go of that. And we have different cultural um, practices and beliefs that make us a wonderful salad, and to celebrate that.
Just very quickly to that point about the salad, uh, to celebrate the differences, because I think as human beings, it's natural for us to connect with what's common. We're going to do that, but also to really empower that part of ourselves where we actually become curious and we look for the difference and we can't wait, to participate in it. And then also to call back to ourselves who we are. James Baldwin had mentioned that in one of his speeches. He says there's something terrible that happens when a man named Giuseppe becomes a guy named Joe. He just threw it all away. And he doesn't even know who he is now because he's living in this brig with this box called the white box, and now he's gone.
So where is his culture now? Like we need all of it, like don't throw away your Celtic traditions and your Italian traditions and your Bulgarian. We need it all, because these are just different ways of approaching life, and living in a place like this where we have access to so many cultures all around the world. Maybe I'm working on something and I get stumped. I can go, I wonder what my sister from over here, may approach. Maybe I could talk to them about that approach. And maybe oh, that's a nice approach. Let me consider that. And then come back to myself. Right. But let's first of all celebrate all of the differences and then come back to ourselves, like all of it, and not just accept these boxes that we're given, because it is a construct. It's not real.
And I suppose this is further made complex by the fact that we're living in a more and more globalized society. My daughter has 3 passports, so what is she?
Hello, everybody. My name is Meredith. I'm a tribal member of the Cohanzick Lenape tribe. Um, so a few things I want to speak about, but first, just kind of speaking of the disease of colonization, and that's how we need to talk about it. It's a disease that has spread wicked and evilness throughout the Americas. Um, and a few things that kind of stood out to me that I wanted to talk about when somebody said about the swipe of a pen, and it being erased, and how the laws over hundreds of years have been changed to disconnect us from our identity with the swipe of a pen. And if we don't, people have been talking about, building community, going back to your own culture and sharing culture. But I just want to kind of speak about if we're still building our communities under a colonized idea, like we're still under their control. So with the swipe of a pen at any time that they want to, they can get rid of our tribe if it's a new governor, a new president. So what tribes and communities need to start doing, because like someone said earlier, we were here before the Constitution. We were here before the colonies. Our laws should fall under international law. And when tribes start and chiefs start working with the United Nations, we will go above the US government because we were here and established before they were established. So I think that's like almost like kind of the conundrum of being a Native American or tribal because you're still under the colonized rule. So until we free ourselves from that, we're always going to have the issue of being erased with a swipe of a pen. And that's what all I want.
Well, I just wanted to piggyback off of that. Our tribe that has had a relationship with the UN. We were studying, we were signers a long time ago. They have there is a UN signage on Indigenous people. Um, so to piggyback on that, would be a wonderful thing for you guys to look into, because it does connect Indigenous people globally. And I don't want to call it a treaty. I don't want to use the wrong word, but it is available. The UN does have documentation supporting Indigenous government. Um, I also think that um, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Thank you, Daddy. I knew he'd know it. Because it is the treaty. What's that word? Declaration. There we go. I think that I I think that one of the big steps that for me in my personal walk that I had to make is deciding what can I control and what can I not control and what's going to make the biggest difference for me. And we live in a system that was built on colonization that will not go away, but we survived and we thrived in that system. by holding on to our traditions and our principles and our practices. We never gave up our stewardship practices. We never gave up our pride. And I think for me, that is decolonizing. That never giving those things up. That is breaking that barrier, maybe not in a government way, but in a practice way. It gives me faith to know that it will continue if we keep those practices. Those are constantly in our daily traditional practices, both I think as individuals and as a tribal government, are the things that break those kinds of bonds.
So like holding on to our culture and that's nice, but I feel like the environment right now is very it's violent against us. So having our own not operating as a nonprofit. Our tribe operates as a nonprofit and not our own actual we're not autonomous. We are still under we're sovereign, but you cannot you still if it so like when the governor decided we were no longer state recognized.
But we still function as a sovereign nation.
We still function without rights. So I guess my point is if we use the system that oppressed us, we're always going to be under the control. Yes, we can like so 1978, that's when we were allowed to practice our culture. What's to stop them from I'm sorry, I didn't mean to- what's to stop them from doing that again?
Nothing is to stop them from doing that, but
So I'm sorry, but that is my point. You know.
yeah, I'm saying nothing is to stop them. My point is they're not my problem. My culture is mine and they can't take it from me till the day I die. And I will, in the same way that we weren't allowed to practice our culture in public and we did it in the bottom of churches, it will always be there without fail. So to me, that is rising above the system of colonialism. I'm going to do it regardless. It is not about what they have going on. In the same way, when we had the issue with the governor and he tried to take our recognition away, we did not cease to function. We functioned and we functioned loud, and the government had to listen to us. And I think that is our story of resilience. It's not about submitting to the powers that be, it is pushing through them. You're not going to tell me who I am or who my government is. And we will always function as a sovereign nation. We were continue even when we were living in secret, we were still functioning as a sovereign government nation. We had tribal elders and elected officials. And I think that is what breaks the bond.
And I just want to add to that too, just like the new administration wants to take away birthright citizenship to the Navajo, to other, BIA, I'm going to say, indigenous people, but you can't take away who we are. It doesn't matter. They don't, their government doesn't come into our government.
Let me say something, please. We fought this battle in 1982, and we beat the state about state recognition. We did prove who we were. We don't have to do it again, I don't suppose, but we won the battle. I don't know if that makes any difference to any of you or not, but I was part of that fight. So,
And being proud of who we are and where we're going is what matters, not what any government's going to tell us and not what anybody is going to tell us. If we can educate the people that want to be educated, what's going to stop us from getting anywhere else? We'll always be here and we'll always survive.
We have we have to stand together. And on that absolutely amazing note, we have to actually stop because it is time for lunch, and I've just been told we're way over time, and everyone apparently has to wash their hands.
We just have to stand together as Native people. We can't be against each other. That's the way we can move forward, and that's the way we have gotten to this point.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Oh, I did.
Okay, everyone, we don't just serve ourselves here. Okay, so first of all, we wash our hands, then we have a prayer, and then we take out a spirit plate before anybody embarks on any food. So I'm just letting you know that. So it's a plate. It's a plate of food that gets served to the Creator first. More explanation? Well, I'm not the spiritual leader. We can ask Uncle Sonny if he wants to explain. Okay, she's taking the spirit plate out. We're going to wash our hands. The two places that we're going to eat, if you want to eat inside, is through that hall and in this room, and outside at the pavilion. And I'm just going to say a prayer about over the food. Dear Creator, thank you for all of us being together and traveling safely to and from this place. And thank you for all the questions and the understanding and the food and everything that is here. Amen.
Nice chance. I like it.
That's exactly what you can probably see your lighter skin. No, this is the one.
Right. No, I'll keep mine on.
Friends too. Then I know what they're doing. Oh, look at that. So that's bad. You get it. And they wrote Jack across up here. And so as you form grades, those you actually. And interns from Indigenous that are going to be two in here, one in the wrong, go to that one that I got. Like they, yeah, it's not, maybe they were like, yeah. Did you sign in? Okay. It's not, get now. Over here. You know what, I told them. Out there. I'll treat you the right way. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah. That's really awesome. Right over here. I need mom on your back. You're gonna be over there, right? No, that's no. I know that. I'm talking about that. Sean just took charge today. Yeah. There you go. We're going to June. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah. Oh my God, that's been keeping that something like 80. Did you do it though? I don't. If you want to know about they think it's full. I would recommend that. It's not. How was it? Someone else so much of August, like, I love them. They are expensive and fun. Just find it. What? You're right, yeah. But I got it all. If I want to be the person. Yeah. Thanks so much. What? Yeah. Yeah. Something else. You're going to.
I said that because I kind of sorry, I'm very well busy, but it's not really. We will be like. There, no sound. I always say like sound that. Let me make a answer. Yeah. Love it. Oh, yeah. And then we should die. Doesn't matter if artists. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody is a truck. Yeah. Oh my God, you're like blood. It's you, yeah. You know, some people on track. It's not a shot. It's not ready. You know, yeah, I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Or commercial over there, please. Yeah. It's like, I just said that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, it was so good. And like, both, you know, it's like big, and I'm like, wow. Like, I'm sorry, yeah, so yeah. And we wait for everyone said that. So, thank you so much. Oh, yeah. So it's not like, come on, I'm using it for one, and you know, somebody else, you know, get my copy of this. It's gonna do this. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're all. Are they small? No, it's welcome to I can see that. You feel right. Oh, well, yeah, I drink the whole thing. Oh, but you're like, no, we're just sitting on the couch and anything. Here. I don't know where you came to the back, but like, not like. Yeah. Like, all right, I guess. Like, I thought it was like super chill. I was yeah. I just want to say, you're saying really aggressive. Coming out and thinking like right, and like me, you're probably people from I talk. Yeah, so so almost like this, like you're gonna be talking about you ever just struggling found it, yeah, yeah, absolutely. I know. It's right, just I have a 1-year-old. Pretty yellow thing on my back. And like hearing all of this, I'm also a teacher too, so that's I you got it in my soul. Like, so the sun because we know how well so like we were talking about that, it's like what can be, like you can't change the system, but I can yeah, try to make sure there's no integrated. Oh, there's no one down, integrated, you integrate. There are some people. Yeah, it is hard, even resources, yeah, it's hard, it's hard for sure. Oh, so you know, I missed it. And you're like, oh, this is already set up. Yeah, yeah. No, it's like, and so much more. That's so true. That's so true. Yeah. Well, we were talking to you about how and I guess like I feel this as well. People like being they're like you know what I mean? They say stuff and and it's hard because they generate concern. Right. I think so be like yeah. Let's she's like, we have to go. And the answer is no. She was like, I don't want to. Right, right. You were happy she didn't just give you like, yeah, yeah. I think they do that. Yeah. There's no connection, but like you're right, like exactly. Yeah. So I was not sure where we can identify our diagnostics and find there the foundations and check it with foundation. There's just something about it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, we're, even though, like, yeah, we do people up with one thing. It was. Probably Santa Monica. Okay. From the middle, without that on. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. That too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey. Have I experienced it? No. No. Yeah. Yeah. You're not gonna say. Yeah. I know you mean, it's sensitive to talk about it, you're not. I think it's okay to. It's the language is different, right, their culture, yeah, even if that. Perhaps you look at actually, during the pandemic. Huh. I. Yeah, see, yeah, you got to see about family. That was good. It was big plan. Yeah. Right. Student had like a small baby house. I don't know if that was like for I'm taking care. Yeah. Right. I forgot my home. It's American. Exactly. Yeah. Sure. I feel constantly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's somebody. Just. Documentation, so we have to, documentation. That's what I'm doing it, and that's. I saw some people standing back there, but I didn't know. I'm thinking on YouTube, something else. Yeah, are you from the area? Oh. Yeah. Oh, so that makes when the whole place is going different, yeah. In October, I'll probably be there. I think, I know I have a job in the documentation in October. That's be in 2 days, right? Right, that must be it then. Because they never come I don't back. Know. That's true. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Renaissance. Right. Work on them. Yeah, just pretty better. That's all. Oh, you live in the area? Yeah. I'm from Bridgeton. Storytelling. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm over 10 miles. Yeah, because I know. Yeah, it's fun. Binding. Listening to the in Bridgeton. That's it's true anyway. I can figure it, you know. Cucumber County. Here they go to right now. And I think even like their own families, you get something that comes to. Yeah. Something good. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you too. Yeah, he's a whole. It's not good, probably too much longer. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pass. Yeah, it's a pass. He's in the rush. Yeah. Well, so I must like I know. My like my grade. It's like it's funny, but it's like yeah. Everyone's I do that, but but they're also like they're so they try to I don't yes, I think it's a little at one time. I can't even think that like very natural. I might be able to do some French. But I still know I should know like and he was like yeah. I mean, I'm not that. Oh, you have machines. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just take it easier. Do you understand how you're like, do you understand? There's something. Just be careful. That's oh, you're going to take it what? 3 days. She will show. I know, right? And you have like a yeah, I bought a passion for no, that's what yeah. Sorry, it's fine. Yes. Like you said, yeah. Why? Which you know. Yeah, right. Oh, absolutely.
Get started soon, so if everybody can start taking their seats. I just want to get all the lights close to the So we need a little more. Sorry.
No, no, no. I was just hoping they could have some money.
I know. But it will be. Oh.
Okay. Just gonna give them a few minutes to get the PowerPoint on the broadcast side. So if everybody can just start making your way to the seat. Right, for her. There's two systems. So the PowerPoint had to be on this one and the one. So that people will be there. Yeah. Yeah. You can always, you can do it from here. You can do it from the top. Oh, no, that's after. Okay. Yeah. You can always see that slide. Yeah. Yes, it is. There's always a concept. You're gonna help me out. I know. Continue. Are you good? Sorry. This is the online. Okay, there. You know. I just want to thank our chef and their team. That food was awesome. The food, that you just have to battle staying awake a little, especially with the dark room. So I promise not to call you out if I hear any noise though. So just please remember to silence your phones so that we don't have any interruptions. And welcome back. I hope you guys are really enjoying yourselves. That last conversation was amazing. And, now we know what kind of topics to talk about on the next symposium that we will focus on a little more. So this one is called Hands-on Heritage, Interpreting Native Arts in Education Institution. I'm the chair. My name is Ty. And we have Ryan Casey, MFA, Exhibition Coordinator from Stockton University, Indigenous Arts, and Mariana Smith, MFA, Associate Professor of Arts, Stockton University, Strategies for Incorporating Indigenous Art into History Curriculum. Thank you, Ryan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. All right, I'm just going to adjust this so it's really short. Hi. All right, so I wanted to just kind of introduce myself first and also Mariana. This is very much a team effort. We actually don't so this was an initiative that both Mariana and I began about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Okay. And so what I'm going to talk about on my end is how this idea came about and how we implemented this sort of project within our institution, which is Stockton University, and sort of what my approach was. This wasn't the first exhibition I had done. I'm a long-term curator. I'm about 15 years in at this point. But this exhibition was a long time coming. And so I want to talk a little bit about how I approached it, what I tried to do to make it successful, if it was successful. We're going to talk about that too. And also eventually Mariana will talk a little bit more about how we incorporate that into curriculum as well. So with this overlap between this project in the gallery itself, this exhibition, programming, and also collaboration between curriculum as well. So I'm going to start with this is a very brief image of the show. This was a two-floor exhibition at Stockton. We had a range of materials from things like prints, which you see from Edgar Keeper Birds over here, to things like boards made by Ty over here, to also quite a bit of photography upstairs. So kind of cross medium. And the really central themes of the exhibition was land, identity, and sustainability. That was sort of what I looked for from every artist. This was a national and international show. We had over 25 tribal nations represented in the exhibition, and we had over 30 artists represented as well. And so this was a large scale project that we presented. It was a big deal, and I'm going to move over and kind of talk a little bit about how I approached it. So we'll go to the next slide.
All right. So one of the things I wanted to do a little bit is talk a bit about like how I approach this. And this is kind of over 15 years, kind of what I'm looking at. And so one of the things I wanted to do is just talk a little bit about how I sort of began this process. And so this is kind of going to like, what is the role of a curator? We often don't think about the curator because they're kind of in the back doing kind of stuff, you know, but who you are as a curator and what approach you take is essential to how not only represented the artists feel, but also what kind of programming we can add in and how it benefits not only our students, which is obviously a primary goal of our institution, but also community members as well. So one of the things I did is sort of throughout the last 15 years, kind of go through a lot of different processes and talk about like what is that role. So to start here, I always look at things as a way of looking at things from cross-cultural influences. And so when we talk about a lot of the exhibitions that I do, I'm looking for underrepresented voices. I'm looking for things that maybe have not been present, not only in our own space, but also in other spaces around us. And so the biggest thing about this is really trying to connect to communities, both locally and globally. That's a big part of my practice. Now, one of the things that I really enjoyed about this exhibition is it gave us a real important moment where we were able to look at collaboration and engagement and education as kind of three pillars of what we were able to do. I'm going to go through that. Just kind of my statement of how I approach things. Let's go to the next slide. So if you don't know a lot about curating, people curate in a lot of different ways, and that's totally fine. But I like a structure because I think how you approach curating is really important because there's a lot of power in curating. And I say that very intentionally. There's a power dynamic between curators and artists. There just inherently is, which means that you as a curator have to be really aware of that. So my approaches to curating follow kind of three guidelines. I look at things like socially engaged curatorial practice, and so that's something social justice is a big part of what I do and how I work. Flow curating, emphasizing methods to facilitate learning, also really engaging with the material, looking further, looking harder, getting more information about the artist and the story. I am not a fan, and this is not a slight to anybody who is a fan of this. I don't enjoy an exhibit where I don't have any information. I just don't. I want more info. So everything I do is about sort of developing a relationship with the artist and the content to make sure the viewer gets the most out of that experience. But probably the most, I think, apt term for who I am as a curator is curatorial activism. I come from an activist background. It makes sense. It's going to go into the curating. And so when we look at activism within a curating space, it's about creating spaces, breaking historical frameworks, really figuring out a way to create an exhibition that really gets rid of what's wrong with museum and gallery culture. If you've gone to any major museum, and it was really great this one brought up the Penn Museum, Penn Museum's previous Indigenous exhibition was highly problematic. I think if anybody's been there, you know that, right? And so I was really happy to see that shift with the new exhibition and new space, what they added to it. And that's what I mean by curating is power. And even though we don't use the term activism all the time, I do think by being more meaningful, being more thoughtful, doing better research, engaging with communities whose exhibitions you're representing. Those are all ways to really make sure it's the most impactful, but also that you get it right. That seems like that's kind of based in activism, but actually I think that's just doing the job correctly, to be honest. But this is kind of how I approach it. And obviously a big part of it is making sure that from engagement to exhibition to even behind the scenes, like, do you pay your artists? The answer should always be yes, right? So all that's kind of part of that is changing the culture and what we've seen often as a taking institution as something that's also giving at the same time. I think that's really fundamentally important, at least for me. Right, so let's talk a little bit about how I got here. All right, so I'm going to just briefly talk about the fact that this show didn't come out of nothing. I've been working on a lot of exhibitions that sort of are kind of moving around this. There are four main exhibitions that kind of inspired this one, including No Cure for Mourning, which was the first major exhibition at Stockton for me. That talked about grief and loss. That was actually the first interaction and engagement that I had with Chinupo, one of the artists in the Indigenous exhibition as well. The more I worked with Indigenous artists, the more I thought there's something here that I want to explore. We also had another exhibition called The Mark in Memory that deals with trauma and the impact on things like photography and how we process trauma through art or how we don't, because that's another possibility as well.
before and after, which thankfully one of my team members is here, which really looks at the impact of Armenian genocide on Armenian survivors, as well as the you know relationships, the family members of people who survived it. And then finally, and I think this is kind of where things shifted for me, called The Road Home: Migration, Displacement, and Redefining Where We Live. This was really the first exhibition I started working with Indigenous artists, started thinking about, well, what does home look like? And how do we represent that in work? How do we make sure that there's spaces where we can redefine where we live? And also just the loaded term of migration or immigrant. I feel like those are really loaded terms. If you're thinking about borders, that's problematic, right? Because as stated in the earlier thing, borders are non-existent for most of history, and we're sort of dealing with the complications that we have now. So these sort of four, I was sort of working out what I was going to do, and eventually I get to the next exhibition. So I'm going to go slide. All right. So Indigenous approaches sustainable futures. Like I said, emphasizes three central themes: identity, land, and sustainability. For me, I'd worked with previous artists in the other exhibitions that I brought into this exhibition as well, but this was a much larger scale exhibition that I'd previously done. In fact, by the very generous efforts of Mariana, she got us a Compass fund that allowed us to actually put way more money into the exhibition than normally we had. So this is about, we've been working on it for 4 years, but in fact, I started working on it about 6 years ago. And the question often comes up, like, how do you create an exhibition that does a couple of things? Number one, gets it right. That's a big part of it. And so then you have to really talk about, do I understand the history of America? Do I understand all the different tribal nations? That's a big ask. It took me years of research to go, I kind of think I might know what I want to do now. It took a while. But also to try to pick out artists that I felt not only represented some of the ideas that I was looking for, but also were sort of good vocal proponents of the things that I thought were important, which is community care and community engagement. And so that was sort of the starting point for it. This is a good example of the artists, obviously, and from this is where it all starts. When we look at some of the central purposes of the exhibition, one of the biggest elements that we have afterwards, and we're going to go to the next slide, is actually collaboration. I don't think you're a good curator unless you collaborate with the artist. I'm going to full stop that. Fundamentally, if you're just taking someone's artwork, you can ask them what it's about, how they feel about it, what's the correct positioning or installation of this piece. You're not doing your job. That's like a hard line to say. So collaboration is a big part of it. Luckily, Ty has endured me for 2 years and has dealt with my installation. But a lot of other artists actually stepped up. So Ty and I have worked together for about 2 years. We've had 2 exhibitions we've done together already. But in addition to that, I worked with the Tribal Youth Program here. We did a photo workshop, which you can actually see some of their work over here. And so the goal was, before I even got into the exhibition space and started showing people work, I was going to make sure I had conversations prior to that. So I talked to community members. I also did as much research as I possibly can, and then started creating the exhibition from there. Collaboration can be the form of asking Ty for generosity in making 20 gourds in 3 months, which is a big ask, I guess. I had never done a gourd, and then when she described to me the process, I was like, oh, I'm sorry, you don't have to do that many. But she did. And you can see this is the installation of those gourds from various time periods, but she did a number of new gourds for this, especially for that. And again, creating artwork special to the exhibition for our students, for our community members. I think that was really important. We also have on the right some of the images which we then displayed in the upper gallery, but also displayed in a couple of other exhibitions as well. So the youth program and the people who created these pieces could actually walk away with art, which is obviously what you see over here. Another way of collaboration, if you go to the next slide, is actually working with other members of the exhibition and a number of the other artists as well. So Lightblood, who's on the right-hand side, actually came to our site and actually created it's a very large piece. It's, I believe it was 8 feet tall. It was more than that, wasn't it? I'm like lying. I think it was 10 feet this way, and I think 8 feet across. So I remember it's like plywood. And then he came and actually made all of his own inks on site. He was able to create the piece specifically for our exhibition. And he was able to eventually come back and talk to students about making our own ink. how it was specific to where his indigenous culture grew up and the things that he brought back with him. And so, honestly, my job is just to step back here, right? Like, I'm not going to influence, I'm going to go, okay, what do you need? And then I go get whatever he needs. I think that's the other part of it too, is that there's this like saying in activist circle, you pass the mic, right? You don't have to keep it for yourself. And so these are some of the ways we've collaborated. On the left-hand side, one of the people that it was very surprising, it was unexpected, but there was another exhibition that we found out was going to happen around the same time period by Phoebe Farris, who hopefully some of you actually know, and Phoebe and I met, and we actually talked about our exhibitions being companion pieces. And her exhibition did something different than mine, and mine did something else. And together they created this really beautiful relationship that I thought was really interesting. So her collaboration, her guidance, that part was a really interesting aspect because it got me working with another Indigenous curator, but someone who we can talk about the work with, and actually her work wound up being in our exhibition as well. So different forms of collaboration are happening. So then comes the how do we make this educational for everybody, not just our community at Stockton, but also for people visiting. So there's a couple ways to do that. I want to show you just some of the ways that we emphasize education as part of our practice at Stockton. Number one, we have what's called curatorial interns. These are interns that train to be curators. And that can be someone who does exhibition design, that can be someone who does research and does essays, or they can be docents. They could be actual education guides. On the left-hand side, we have Heather, who wrote one of the major essays in the catalog for the exhibition. In the middle, Jack, who is the best, he actually wound up doing part of our native seed program, and actually was one of the reasons why we eventually had dyes coming from those very seeds, which I'll show you an image about in a minute. And on the right-hand side, one of my current team members, Amanda, who was a intern for about a year and then actually became our lead docent. She's been running our education programs for a year now, and it was spurred out of this exhibition. So different ways of actually educating our community, but of course this is just kind of internal for us. Another way you can look at it is how we educate people just walking in the door. So we're going to go to the next slide. So this is another way. First of all, we always have catalogs available for free for everyone. They can take them. It's great. We also have a flip book available. Again, there's no accessibility boundary here. I think that's really important. We also have a library, a mini library in our upper gallery. I collected a bunch of books over 3 years, put them all out, and had people could borrow them, bring them back, whatever. I think it's really important for students to feel like they have access to information and research, even if they can't afford it. I think that's a really important part of it. So this is kind of our educational space. Now, when we look at things like engagement, and I will say, I just want to kind of call out one of the really wonderful things that happened from this particular piece, the catalog specifically, is that we had one of the essays written by Heather, which was our intern. But then we also had this work, which I think is really incredible, which was written by Ashton, who's wrote this kind of looking at the whole exhibit, and we worked together to create this this idea, and then she wrote this amazing essay. Jeremy knows her too, so it just sort of contextualized everything in a way that I couldn't, as not an Indigenous scholar, when she is. And so that was another way of, again, this is a collaborative process. Anyone who says they do exhibitions solo, they do not. This is a huge team that goes into that. All right, and we're going to go to the engagement section of this. All right, so this is, I think, where we figure out whether things work or not. I think one of the important parts of creating exhibitions is figuring out how to get people in the door, but also how to get people excited to be in that space. That's hard. And so these are these are 6 different events that we hosted. These are 9 clean art tours. We had over 47 educational tours come through in a 2.5 months, which is big for us. But these are actually all the tours ranging from our dye workshop that used native seeds. Likewise did his talk in front of his piece, and I could see the size of that piece, which was great. We also had a weaving workshop that focused on Indigenous weaving, which there are aspects of the show of that. We also had, again, looking back at Thai, we had a great lecture on Halloween, actually, about Indigenous masks, which is, again, a lot of our students walked away going, I didn't really know the history of that. That's a win in my book. We also have a design class that actually did a workshop of different designs inspired by what they saw within the space. And then lastly, again, credit to Ty, who created a gourd workshop, which was also very exciting because she taught not only how to paint them, but how to, add things like jewels and different elements and feathers to make it really interesting. All this stuff, by the way, went on display at a closing event so students can see their own work reflected in that last event, which again, I think is a really important aspect too. All right, so another form of engagement. All right, so we launched a large-scale Indigenous Peoples Day. We had not done a lot of Indigenous Peoples programming. Usually we have about one event. I'm saying that looking at my one event, maybe a year, possibly. So I said, well, let's do this if we're going to do it. So we wound up having 4 different events over the course between 10 a.m. To 8 p.m., like that range. And so we had, and again, doing a number of different things. What you can see at the top, kind of going from left to right. I'm just going to make sure I'm reading all of them correctly. We have, there's a lot of programming, a welcome reading and recognition of place. That's a start. We also had the youth group have a dance performance out in our kind of large scale squad. We also had, and Jeremy will be up moderating in a minute, a short version of the documentary he's been working on for a couple of years. And then finally, on the right-hand side, we had an academic panel with Indigenous scholars that talked about just the current state of Indigenous life and what it felt like to be Indigenous. And this is all different times during the day. Normally, we're like a mid-sized college, I think is what we would be. Normally, we get maybe 30 to 60 people for an event. We had over 700 people come through that single day. And Mariana likes to clap at me, but honestly, it's not me. It's Jeremy, it's Mariana, it's my team, it's Ty. It's like, Ty brings her entire family who is so lovely and always attending our events. This is really a collaboration too. We didn't do any of these events without first talking to people, go, hey, what do you want to see out of this? What do you want to do? And so for me, that means it's successful. And we had, honestly, the dance performance, we had 250 people just outside, and students who were walking by and going, wait, what is it? And then stopped and asked questions, and it was amazing. And I think that's when you know something's working. So moving forward, right? So I don't have my little tag. I had a PDF with like all the assessments, but like what happened? This was a big gamble. Mariana and I can, if you really want to go on a limb and go, hey, we want to do this and we want you to give us money for this. Admin are not always really stoked on that, and everyone was really skeptical. And I was like, no, it's gonna work. I swear it's gonna work. We had to do a lot of begging because I knew it was gonna work. She knew it was gonna work, but admin tends to be a little less excitable. But it did work. So I mentioned the 700 people who attended Indigenous Peoples Day, but that's nothing. Normally, our attendance for fall events over the course of about 2.5 months is about 2,000 people come through. It's a good number. I'm proud of the number. It's great. We had close to 5,000 people come through within a 2.5-month period. That has less to do with me and more to do with the fact that if you focus on collaboration, engagement, if you know the kind of events to give people to learn, people feel represented, people want to come back. We had repeat people coming back and driving like 2 hours to come to just our space to see the show, to see some programming, learn how to do something. That makes a difference. We had 4 different press outlets cover us. We had 47 docent-led tours, the first time we've ever offered that. And what it shows you is that when you celebrate and collaborate on Indigenous programming and exhibitions, it works. People just have to kind of give us the money to do it, right? That's the big part. Which kind of brings us into, why I think it's kind of important for us to, what the protocols are to be a curator that has a good ethical framework. First of all, always pay your artists. I said that before, I'm going to repeat that. No one should be doing work for free because it's their time, right? But also, you have to talk to people. You can't just suddenly go, I'm going to do this event and get no feedback from the people that are either joining you in that event, collaborating with you. It has to be a process, right? And you have to figure out what's going to work and what's not going to work. And the thing is, it's not really my decision. It's a team effort. It's lots of different voices, lots of different opinions, which is good because that's really the best way you're going to get feedback and students involved in things like that. So one of the reasons why I think Ty asked me to come today was just to emphasize that there are ways to have successful programming. And if I could be so bold, as someone who's a curator and an artist, I think one of the easiest ways to get people to invest in this kind of programming, to feel connected to this kind of programming, is not only to offer it, um, but also to make sure that they feel like they're part of that conversation, that their voice is represented, that we're here for them. And one of the things about this show, I think that it taught me a lot is that it's not really just about putting on an exhibition. It's about giving people a path into that idea. I mean, we can talk about this at length, but we have a lot of students who echo exactly the stories we heard in the first session. I didn't know that this even existed. I didn't know there was contemporary. And by the way, all the work in the exhibition was within the last 20 years. There was no historical work at all, only contemporary work. But students kept going. I didn't know that this group existed. And for me, giving people a pathway into learning about that, to engaging with that, is pretty amazing. And again, like there are lots of people to do that. We are by far not the only one. Rutgers has an incredible exhibit right now. I have no, issue with promoting other spaces. Rutgers has a great exhibit at the Zimmerman Gallery that does that same thing. I think it's possible, and I think it's important for us as we're seeking to figure out ways to combat all this terrible things that are happening, give people a pathway in to learn about critical race theory, because that's something I teach too, to learn about Indigenous art and Indigenous culture in the state. Give them a path in. And what I hope we did is give about 5,000 people a way to learn about it. That's the goal. And so what I'm hoping is that we inspire you to make more programming like this, make more exhibits like this, because they really are so successful. And so my last slide here is just going to be a little like, hey, this is kind of how I think about things. All right, so we'll go to the last slide. So my question that I posed to myself and I posed to you partially is, how can our art spaces, specifically those in educational institutions, because that's what I'm mostly focused on. My curating is only in museums and institutions. I have little interest in other things. How can they be used to deepen our relationship with Indigenous art and communities, both locally and globally? Can we envision our creative spaces as places of transformative collaboration? That's such a pivotal part that I think about a lot. And reflection, incorporating both diverse narratives and participation. I think, and again, this is just my opinion, but I think this exhibit told me that that's possible. And how I see it, and this is just a statement for me, and of course I'm stating the amazing bellhooks at the top, because why wouldn't you? Through collaboration, education, and engagement, along with shared experiences and programming, we can challenge historical frameworks. That's a big part of it. And approaches often used to exhibit Indigenous work. There's so much wrong with Indigenous programming in museums. I cannot get into so much of it. I think everyone in the room probably will agree with me on that particular point. It's bad, right? It's bad. By incorporating community narratives and self-representation, is such a big part of this, by making our spaces accessible through inclusive communication and visibility, as well as utilizing spaces outside of our traditional galleries, and that means going outside, showing artwork, making work outside of a building. I think it's really important too. We can engage in collective action. Such an important point too. It takes all of us to do this. Focus on transformative participation, powerful expressions of diversity, and we can foster new meaningful approaches to both our education and our exhibitions. That's the whole thing. That's the goal. And honestly, I don't know if I always get there, but that's my North Star, basically. That's what I'm going for at all points. And I hope that with the success of our show, you understand that, yes, it's harder. It took me years of research to feel like I could tackle this. And I even think now there's things I would have done definitely different. But I'm going to keep trying. That's like the whole point, is to continue to try. So a question came up in a conversation I had yesterday, and they asked me, like, what is your even interest in this? I'm just going to tell you the very short story of it, which is I teach history of photography. I taught history of photography for the last 15 years. About 10 years ago, I was looking at Curtis. I don't know if anyone knows Curtis, the photographer. It's complicated. So I was teaching, and I was like, oh, like maybe I'll look up like contemporary Indigenous photography, because that's really like things that I wanted to add into my curriculum. And when I searched for him, I didn't search for, I searched just, this is the blanket keywords, in contemporary indigenous photography. Seems simple enough. I'll get some Google search things that come up. Would you know, on the images, the first 20 was Curtis. And for those of you who don't know, Curtis is not an indigenous photographer. He's a white photographer who did some really kind of shady stuff with some things. And I was like, whoa, 10 years, I was like, this feels wrong. Why is this here? And I started thinking, like, what about indigenous photography and indigenous voices aren't we having in photography? That was the inception for the show. Because I said there's obviously something missing. And I'm happy to say that if you make that Google search now, that's not happening anymore. Because you have Wendy Redstory, you have really big, significant people in that space working. And thankfully, it's moved the needle, not as much as it should, but it's moved it a little bit. That's all it took for me to invest 6 years of my life into the show. Because I thought, this is somehow wrong. Why is that all I see? And I think, hopefully, if we think about collaboration, engagement, and education as well.
Thank you so much, Marlene. And now we're going to have Mariana Smith.
We can probably turn on the light.
We can put the lights back on, someone for me, and we'll take the camera off, or the off the.
Hello, my name is Mariana Smith. It is also Mariana Anatolievna Chiripanov Smith. But the reason I'm bringing this up, I'm going to talk about the course that I have developed in collaboration with Ty that was connected to the programming that Ryan had shared with us right now. And the course was developed in connection to the art gallery program. And basically, my thought was, I'm a practicing artist. I'm a professor of visual art, but I also teach art history. And when we were working on that, and I thought, well, yes, we need to add a seminar. And then I started looking at the problems that we're facing. Well, number one, the structure that we're inviting students in, it's a Eurocentric, like university setup. Then I started looking at the examples of like how does the indigenous art get introduced into curriculum, and art history is entirely problematic how they approach the representation of art. Not only until like 1980s, art history was addressing like a universal viewer and a scholar, which was default white man. And only in the 80s we were like, oh wait, there's women, and there's like others, and then that was problematic in my opinion too. And it's really in the 20th century when instead of kind of talking at others and being self-congratulating ourselves that we actually recognize that there's a multitude of voices, we just stepping back and letting the voices speak and like from the shared space. Still ways to go. Especially like I'm thinking intersectional feminism, ways to go. But I was looking at that as a problem, and I'm thinking, what can I do if I'm approaching art history and if I want to talk about indigenous art? I really cannot do what happens in the usual art history courses where students get to see indigenous art examples where they talk about craft, and then you'll get like the shot of like Pueblo architecture and basket, and they're like, well, this is craft, and then we move on to real art. And then, or it would be like non-European art, and they will be included in there. And it's all like going to be connected to like them or that culture. So when I thought about it, I was like, let's just flip it. And then I approached Ty, and I think the first time I talked to her, she thought I was crazy. But I was like, let's flip it. Let's split it two ways. And what if we take the setup of the classroom where we convey the information to the student in a like pre-built Eurocentric space, and we just cancel it? And I was like, Kai, would you come in and let's have students first part of the course, work with the traditional like model of scholarship. I show them images, we talk about it, they do research, I try to bring them context. But the second part of the course will like there's the other way of learning. And let's cancel this whole lecture thing. And Tai came in and she flipped the conversation to an indigenous tradition of knowledge and making, and how art is not like art. And we basically kind of allowed the students to experience it hands on. And I think that was, with, but that wouldn't be possible without the generosity of Pi. So, like, that was our setup. So, I wrote the course. Somehow we got it through. The course was titled Art, Design, and Folk Art, Indigenous Tradition and Global Context. My personal background, my first degree that I have from Russia was folk art studies. So I studied global folk art and craft. So I have a special space for that. So I'm not like proper art historian because I'm a practicing artist. I have reverence for making, and I think making is important, but I also look at the craft and I refuse to kind of downplay it like there's a painting, there's craft. So I refuse to like abide by that. So what we did when I started working within the confines of this, proper art history um, thing, I was introducing students to let's look at the global folk art. But then while we were looking at the global folk art, I was like, do you realize that the folk art, like the slippery slope when nation state decides that the folk art could be declawed and become a piece of a propaganda? Let's look at those examples where all of a sudden you see the folk art showing up everywhere in a souvenir shop. And I'm like, beware of what's happening there. And that was an interesting kind of like wake up call when we started looking at, what happens in Japan and Korea, in Russia, like what happens when you start exporting the people's art. And that was like the moment where we started talking about politics and the context. And then another thing that was important, because we had the beautiful exhibition and the artist lectures, students would go to the art and they would see indigenous art that is alive and it is now. And that was their starting point. So we kind of did the backwards trip into the art history. I was like, look at this contemporary art. These are contemporary artists who are operating within contemporary art theory constructs. And then they're subverting it. And let's see the strategies of that subversion. They are addressing both audiences. They're not avoiding the conversation and beautiful complexities of contemporary art because it's phenomenal. They're engaged, they bring the craft into that. It's a conversation and it's the strategies of engaging. So I'm like, let's go backwards. Do you see how this abstract piece is also super political? And like it talks about like the gender politics and the politics of like exclusion of indigenous art, but then they step in right back into this white cube of the gallery and they own the space. And I'm like, that's your strategy. That's the like it's now. So that was exciting because the students, I had a group of students, and this is kind of the moment that was really rewarding because I didn't know if it will work. I was like, let's do it. So we did it. But we also had a textbook that I think was really instrumental. I brought in Robin Wall Kimmerer textbook, and I said it's a textbook everybody had to read. It's Braiding Sweetgrass, Indigenous Wisdom, Scientific Knowledge, and the Teaching of Plants. So before Thai came in, they were reading from there, and that was a very generous and fluid explanation of how making and connection to the land and connection to your history and the narratives of survival and resistance were elaborated. And it's out of the poetic, and it wasn't that academic text that the students balk at. It wasn't we didn't have art history book. So I think that kind of primed them for what came later. And then we had workshops that students had to participate in. It was wood making, plant-based fabric dyeing, and we worked with Thai and we worked with our sustainability farm. It wasn't as successful as I hoped for because we had a groundhog invasion, so they ate a lot of our good stuff. But I think one of the pivoting points was that I tried to keep the size of the class to 15 so I can pack my students in a minivan. and bring them over here. And that was our, like, when we were switching, they came over here for the field trip. And what happened here is they had a guided walk, a meditation practice, and there was a pine needle basket weaving workshop. And this is where I step back and I'm like, I'm here to just hold your hand and make sure you don't get lost in the woods. And I passed it to Ty. And what was kind of profound is that our students, when they sit in the classroom and they like receive like the lecture, go on the internet, read this book, post reflection, you know, submit it on time. All of that was suspended. So this format was instantly suspended, and they were like reconnecting to the narratives that are living. Like this is what making is. This is what art is. How expanded it is. And they stepped on the land, and I could see students kind of like having experiences that you don't normally see like in university college like system. So I saw one kid, not kid, he's like a young man who's phenomenal, super quiet. We went on a walk, everybody's got back together like to make the pine needles, and he's gone. And I'm like, I did not sign up for losing a student on a field trip. And we're like supposed to come back. And one of the things that happened, he shows up later on, and like Ty and all of Ty's family were running around the woods, like screaming his name out, and it's like, forget. And then he emerges, and he's like, I took what you proposed for the walk in the woods to heart. I turned off my phone. I took off my shoes. I had my camera. I have connected. He's like, I don't understand why you all stressed out. I feel like revived. He's like, I listened to the nature. I followed the butterfly. Yes, so like he had an experience, and it was really interesting for me. It also kind of like illustrated. I was still in a settle, like I'm a professor, I'm responsible, like I'm staying in that. Like I do not have a connection because I'm still functioning like a cat porter. But like several students, I saw a really quiet student, and he's like this tall, big, he's an American young man. He's always quiet, wouldn't talk. And we would go, like, we went for a walk and then we turned the corner. And he's like in the woods meditating. He's like one of those like quiet students that really like, I'm like, he's the rock. He's like, he was solid. I saw how students gravitate to him. And for him to like, not part of the group, he found his way and we like passed it by, like, so not to disturb him. So this kind of experiences broke the code of how they received the messaging, how they received like the learning. And then Ty came into our space, and the first thing she did, she's like, "We're moving the tables, we're rounded up, so we face each other, so we like physically shifted the space." And honestly, like the students, I had never had students getting angry at me because the final presentation was limited to 20 slides. They wanted more. And that what made me proud, and what was kind of like unexpected result is how they started thinking. None of them was like, for the final presentation I asked them, um look at the context, look at the process of making, and they had a choice. They could either go a deep dive into kind of a global, and I opened it up to the global, like indigenous traditions, or they could self-reflect and see something from the popular culture and like break down the cultural appropriation and like see how it's layered. So, and I want to mention a couple of students, but like they were fantastic. Like one of them, interesting enough to follow up a little bit on the conversation that was before me, she had this really interesting aha moment with the social construction of race. She's like, wait a minute, I'm Irish. Like the way that Ireland was colonized and how they were less than when it comes to like level of like, you know, who would try to argue that Irish are not white. However, like when we looked at it, she's like, oh my God, we were not white enough. And so like we started looking how they were received in America. She looked at how the colonization works and her like research paper was, the pagan tradition and like the ancient Irish tradition of like people of the land, how it was changed with the colonization came, and how like at her like side quest was like, yeah, race is really kind of like a colonizer's construct, isn't it? So that was like, I was like, oh my god. But we had like the laziest presentation that I had was, and I'm putting laziest in quotation, cultural misrepresentations in Disney movies, Pocahontas and Aladdin. That was like the least work, but like it was still a fantastic presentation because the student was like, let's unpack all that stuff. But one student that I just want to kind of like mention, Giovanni Bermudez. He was quiet. He was not all of them were art majors. He's a business major. So what he did, and I opened it up, I'm like, you guys are the bosses of what you choose. I didn't have the themes that you choose. So whatever you heard, whatever had percolated. So I'm like, whatever you like. He's like, I like video games. I thought like, oh my god. But what he came back with, um, he he had spent like over 100 hours playing Skyrim. And I don't know if you guys know, the Skyrim is like the world building video game. But what he did is he's like, wait a minute. So he started looking at the first one, and it's like the video game where they have the mythical space that is based on real like world, and they have the kind of Viking based, and they have like barbarians, and they have like indigenous, and it was kind of like a amalgamation of different indigenous things. So he started looking at it like, oh yeah, let's talk about that. But the more he looked at it, he's like, literally, he went and like undergraduate students, how often do they do that? He spent 4 hours watching developer interviews. And he's like, the longer I looked at it, the more angry he became because he's like, not one credit was given to any group of indigenous people. They they obviously quoted them. When they talk about Vikings, they talk about Vikings and they connect it to the Northern European and the Nordic traditions. They quote that. But he's like, not for this group. So he got angry and he started like his presentation. If you're interested, I have pictures. But he basically pulled together images from Skyrim video game, researched indigenous traditions, and identified like these are the houses, these are the face markings. And then he's like, he got excited because he's like, no, before he never had a chance to bring his voice. And he's like, I'm Puerto Rican, my ancestors are Taino. Nobody talks about that. Like nobody ever talks about that. They also like insist that we have been extinguished very thoroughly, but it's not true. And he's like, how do I orient myself? So he started with the video game, and I want to read what he said in his last slide. Skyrim was one of many games to bring real life events, struggles, and misfortune into their game as a means of creating not just an amazing in game universe with substance, but also make it feel familiar on a personal level to a multitude of individuals. Their efforts to create accurate representation of a large variety of ethnic groups, all the way back to Egyptian, is nothing short of impressive and creative. However, just because their references are accurate and they're highlighting the real world struggles and being historically accurate doesn't mean they're not appropriating. Our struggles are not your profit or content. I was like, dude, you have to write a paper. You're like, it's a piece of paper. Like, who cares about business? Like, you have to like go to the conferences and shake it up a little bit. He also thought I was crazy. But and the other student, like Perry Meza, it was interesting because if you look at her, she's kind of like ethnically ambiguous and outwardly her identity was like Disney princess. She would wear like dresses and when she started researching, that was kind of the moment where students kind of dug deep and thought about their history. She brought in presentation on like Puerto Rican traditional dolls because like that was my childhood. Oh my god, I get to talk about like the cloth dolls that we made. But she also looked at Katrina dolls and Katrina dolls from Mexico. She went into like what is a doll and how it functions in the cultural context and how significant it is. And then she flipped it, and then it's like, let's look at the Monster High, like the woman with the deer hooves, sexy little doll in a miniskirt, and what an atrocity it is. So it was really great to see students who are like looking critically at their contemporary culture instead of like using the dress up. And I hoped to have given them the tools to do enough research to back it up. But the understanding of the context really didn't snap until they talked with Ty, until they really like, they felt it embodied. And so for me, as as a as a professor, my job, I believe, like when we talk about matters like that, I'm still stuck in a Eurocentric institution, and like the measurements and assessments are still going to be here, and students do pay money to get a diploma. But what we can hopefully like tweak, we have to like consistently tweak it, and it is on us, and then flip the table. We don't have to tell everything to administration, but you know, because like any attempt to define Indigenous American art in the traditional art history still reduces it largely to Eurocentric stereotypes. And even if we are stuck in a lecture format without acknowledging that, we're shortchanging our students. And distinction between craft and fine art also like doesn't hold true anywhere except like Western art from 19th century on. So we can just like put it to the side. And it, again, traditional art history lecture approach also will fall into Eurocentric learning modality. And I'm like, gotta flip it, gotta find the ways to take the students out of the classroom, plop them on the land, like plop them to the space where they can experience this is a living tradition. It's not a dead tradition. It spans back through history, but it's still now. They're still talking. They're still here, and not just kind of like walking artifacts. They are participants in the like fluxes that contemporary culture is, and these are the voices that are like developing along with like this is like your culture. Like don't pigeonhole it like that. They're voices that are here, and you have to listen and learn. And another little anecdote that I think for me was connecting to why it is important to continue teaching indigenous art in the art history curriculum. And even if I run it as like full card, something, something seminar, um, I was at the conference, and it was printmakers conference, all artists in Puerto Rico. And one of the like moods that permeated conference was like artists freaking out. Like, oh my God, what the hell is going on? The pen is striking. And that's like the culture is under assault. And I saw and I spoke with like local artists, and there was like in printmaking community, there's a really good representation of indigenous artists. And they're like, well, welcome to the club. We have been surviving this kind of oppression that you're freaking out about from get go. And I'm like that in that space, what was important that the conversation moved to like, yes, so learn our strategies and apply them. And this is the moment where like studying indigenous art will also open up the door for the strategies of resilience and survival without like putting our young generation in danger at the uncertain time that is like upon us. And that's also like the wisdom that should be said. But with the caveat, do not, and I told like my students and I talk with the artists, like, do not march into their spaces and demand that you be taught because now you're freaking out. Like it's upon like the information is out there. The struggle was not a secret. Like the access to that is available. So if you can educate yourself and come to the table as a collaborator, I think that's where it would be more effective. Yeah, that's it. I don't know. Was it 15 minutes?
Thank you so much. I guess, do you want to start the moderation part, or you want me to ask questions? Okay. All right, so it's now time for questions. Do you have any questions for our panel?
So in thinking about collaboration, sometimes projects can take a while to get moving. You said it was like 6 years before the project.
6 years on me, not 6 years. For you, like an institution for you guys are like.
So I guess I'm asking, do you have any tips or suggestions for how to either start a collaborative project, how to reach out, kind of what to get that train moving initially?
So I'm really determined. That's number one. Honestly, I thought going into this, I felt like I didn't really have a handle on it. I wasn't an Indigenous scholar. I didn't have that background. So I spent years just researching because I didn't want to walk into a room and not know what I was saying. Well, there's no one I don't know that you have with that. So I think partly like do your homework. I don't expect someone else to do it. I think that's a big one. I've never collaborated with someone who I expected to train me or to teach me. Like I had to come to the table first and be like, I'm going to teach myself as much as I can, and then I'm going to form that relationship. So I think that's the start. I think that's why it took me so long. Institutionally, I think that we talked a lot in the first panel about what we do, activism, how do we solve these larger than life problems that are happening. And for me, the only way that I've gotten anything done in the last 15 years with curating or teaching is just like one step at a time. And like my first step was like after I read a lot of and I just tried to figure out what I wanted to do, I just made a map and I just worked off that map and said, okay, like what does it mean to be Indigenous in North America? Let me just take that one thing and then just focus on that. And then it's like, basically, it's like, oh, what artists do I like? Here's every Instagram person I follow that I like their work. And it's just hundreds actually at some point. And then I go, okay, what specifically am I working? And then it goes down a little bit. And so I think my process is annoying. I'm also doing other things but like, I'm just sort of like figuring out what is the task at hand. When you get to an institutional part, that's where my number one recommendation is to find like-minded people who want to do weird stuff, which is why we're friends. But why Jeremy's here with us too, and Cynthia. There are people in the room that I've collaborated on for years now. You want people to go, yeah, 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 let's do that. So I think you can't do it alone. I think I tried that for a long time. So I think institutionally, get people to support it, and then keep hammering it out, saying, how can we do this? How can we do this on a small budget? How can we do this on a big budget? And just kind of go from there. Probably. I mean, I've worked so much out of institutions. I think I'm a bad person to say because I was just like, I'll like literally in the show, there was an artwork in Miami that we did not have money to go pick up, and I'm like, okay. And I got in the car and drove to Miami, picked up a piece of art, brought it back because that's kind of how, and you don't do that, but also if you have to do that. So I mean, for me, I kind of work outside of the systems a lot, institutionally, but Marianne, I think, was the person who really helped us to navigate how that worked once we got the idea.
Yeah, to follow back on that a little bit. And I don't know if it's just token because also when we were thinking about the collaboration process, we had to kind of size up our institution because like I know that in Alaska, University of Alaska, they have the great program, but they're working and collaborating with the indigenous community. So most of the students and professors already have the cultural context. And we're like, we're in the middle of New Jersey. It's like a state school, which also provides with some like hangouts. But what I realized that it moves in a weird pattern. It's like glacial for like 2 years, and then it explodes. So when you build it, like, and I agree with Ryan, like, keep showing up and keep talking to the people, and things start clumping up. And you might have, and we would have like 4 different projects cooking at the same time. And then like one of them percolates to the top and stuff like when it's yeah, when you show up, things will clump up together and you'll find like-minded people and and let go of egos. Yeah, I mean, we're lucky we have a team who are just like we're here for the project.
and I'll follow it up with like, while things are percolating, you're waiting for your institution to gain support, which is sometimes a very long process. What I did in that time period is I reached out to artists, say, hey, would you be interested in a show like this? And I can guarantee you, every single artist that I work with on this exhibition, and generally most of the exhibitions, either I've exchanged 15 emails with them about what they want to do, what their voice is, or met with them multiple times before we show their work. Because I think that's the other part of it is that, because of this very real history of museums doing very real wrong things, you have to provide a space where you're like, no, seriously, you're in charge. You tell me what you want to represent. Here's what I like, but can we talk about it? Maybe that's why we actually had 4 different artists in the show work that was new and never been shown before, which is very unlikely, to be honest. Because I think I just like, let's keep talking. Like what I talked to 7 times. Like we're both on vacation, and we're like on the phone. But I think that's the other part is that while the institution kind of catches up, you're doing this work. And I think what was sort of like a turning point for us is when we were actually able to get Edgar Birds to agree, who's a MoMA Met artist in a small South Jersey school. And when we showed the provost and the upper admin who we had gotten to say yes, there was a shift. So it's like, yes, nothing's happening, but in the background, I'm trying to be like, no, seriously, I have people. So I think that's the other part too, is just know that like institutionally, you're going to have to be able to prove that you're going to bring something that maybe other institutions haven't been able to do up to that point.
And so to yes, to piggyback on that, because Jeremy is um my witness. The first time when I was applying for the Compass Fund, it's like good luck with that. But yes, when we have received the confirmation from the artist, that was kind of the moment where I marched into the provost office, and we had the new dean, and he was like, "You promise it's gonna work?" Like, yes, it's gonna be awesome. And we were like,
We weren't sure if it was going to
yeah,
work.
like look at all the big names, and when we were talking to administration, we weren't talking about context, and we're like community engagement. We're like MoMA.
Right.
Good night.
I
So
think
we kind of
that's-
had to switch the language.
I feel like that's the other thing is know your audience. Like Mariana did all that stuff because I don't have a good poker face about that stuff. It was like, what do you mean you don't want? This is awesome. Do it. And then she's just like, oh, so here's so she's good at doing that because I am like a boots on the ground person. I want to be able to do the things myself, make sure that the exhibition looks good, and you know, um, and then I want to have some encouragement. Once you get past that hurdle of getting your institutional support and they go, yes, you can do this. That's the good stuff actually, because then you get to decide on design, you pick artwork, you talk to artists, and then you build programming and all that annoying stuff that has to happen is institutionally requires it. It's worth it. I mean, one of the things I didn't say in the presentation was that I none of the text in the show is me. I had every artist in their own voice talk to me about their work, and that's what was on the wall. In fact, there's not a curator statement specifically because there's way too many curators who are coming in saying things like, what's your voice doing here? And again, you get to do that kind of stuff because once you get the institutional okay, then you go, okay, what should this be? And then you get to make those decisions and you get to destroy the line between craft and art because what is that even? Whatever. And so I think you get to be more radical because then you get that approval. So I think if you can just survive paperwork, it works. And also reaching out to people and just like knowing that you're gonna have to give time. I don't know how long I talked to some of the artists, but it was a lot. But like that's a trust exercise, right? They have to trust you to make sure that their work is well represented and that it's fairly looked at, discussed, guided through. I do think that to have a good team is really important. You need a team to be able to support you, but also they're all honest.
And it's more work than we thought. It's always like Ryan. If you see Ryan at the exhibition, she glides like this, like beautiful swan. But like the metaphor where like the swan glides and they feed the furious underwater. That's like the unseen labor that Ryan is.
But again, like I do think find yourself a good team. Like find yourself like it is not a solo adventure. Like even Jeremy, you know, God bless him. He like we dragged him in. He's like, come help us with this, and he's like, I don't know. I was like, please. And then and now he does a lot. But like I feel like it's a trust exercise, right? Like it really is. But I think that's get a good team, get people that want to be that because it's you're never going to be enough to do all of it. It just isn't like we tried. It doesn't work.
And then,
Okay, nobody knows that name.
I just had a question. So you mentioned bell hooks, and I assume you're talking about like when you're mentioning being radical. I can't help but think about teaching to transgress. So, which is one of her seminal works about being an educator in a system that oppresses minoritized and under-resourced and underrepresented voices and experiences. So I was hoping that you both could talk a little bit more about whether and how her writings, either in that book or other writings by Bell Hooks, has influenced you.
I can go. I can flip the switch. Um, I think the what was I think what was effective to reach the students is the authenticity of the voice, and I saw them responding to that. And also, kind of like the conversations about lived experiences in the text allowed students to kind of like self-reflect, and they talked to their families, and there was like, and what I find very important, and in the textbook that we use, the quiet resistance, the resistance, like they to not the flashy like jumping on the barricade and like being like exterminated in the glorious flash of light, and like thinking all the Hollywood representations of revolution drive me nuts because I know students are watching that. But kind of day to day like labor of consistency and fidelity that I saw in that book, that connection with the past and like determination to move towards the future. I think that gave students hope because I know that the course was in the fall of 24, so midway through the semester they were very depressed, and we kind of like went back and there were chapters in the book that addressed kind of like how do you face this calamitous obstacle that seems to be overwhelming and you cannot tackle it. Like, what do you do? And we were looking for the answers in the book for the reality that just descended upon us in the fall 24.
What was the name of that book again? Just so people.
Reagan is we're going to take one more question and then we're going to hand it off to the moderators, and then Tina's going to be filling in for Kimberly and Jeremy. So one more question.
Can I actually just I want to say so I'm just gonna say teaching transcripts. I mean, I was very radicalized from my mom. That radicalized me even more in terms of professor. If you are a teacher, you should read that. But I just want to say that the way Bell Hooks sort of talks about the idea of community care, looking at sort of the way we interact individually and how we bring that into the system of education and not treating your classrooms like it's a hierarchy, which it shouldn't be. I'm just gonna say yes. And that's kind of how I approach exhibition and curating too, is that there's not a hierarchy here. And I hope Bell Hooks would appreciate that.
What was the name of the book? Teaching to Transgress.
It is a quick and very radicalizing read I would recommend to anybody who's an educator.
And it's also a good
Your interest, so there's two books I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Bell Hooks' Teaching to Transgress, which is like a initial dive into decolonizing the classroom. And then there's a second book by Chavez, which is Decolonizing the Creative Classroom. And so if you're interested in like how you can bring in just a decolonizing mindset into your work, into the way you think about education, into the ways that you are envisioning any future of like making anything of that nature. And I think these two books will give you a language and a way of thinking about like your own authentic voice because they are interested in helping people be more authentic. And my question is for you, Ty, actually, as a key collaborator in these projects, especially in the classroom, could you talk about your experience and
Well, first of all, I'm a very shy person. So, and when they did ask, um, I was blown away by um, but anyway, my experience was great because I like to interact with people one on one, and the students were just great, and we just had a symbiotic relationship. The students were wonderful, and their teachers are wonderful, and I don't say much about that, so, but that was my experience. It was just a one on one, and to tell them to be their authentic self and to break down all barriers that happened immediately. And I saw them blossom and become themselves through this whole process right from the beginning. Thank you for asking. We're going to have our moderators now ask the key questions. Yeah. Ah, this is moderating for them. Oh, you got to moderate us. I'm following the book. Give it that.
And then Tina's also
Yeah,
moderating?
yes, Timmy couldn't be here. There is bullshit.
Okay.
And they're extra mics too.
Tina, would you like to get first question?
Sure.
Which is for that. Which is great.
Well,
Oh,
for everybody.
for everybody. Okay.
So anybody, yeah, you're going to ask tough questions. They're going to ask tough questions, and you guys going to.
So there's always competing narratives, and especially in indigenous communities, there's the word authenticity keeps coming up, and so a lot of people will challenge authenticity. I know in these spaces there's a power to be able to have that space and work with it. If you come across those competing narratives, how have you worked to sort of resolve or is it still maintain the integrity of the projects?
Well, so I'm just gonna say, okay, so I don't have input on that. I'm gonna be really honest. So what I do is when I do have, and this did happen. When I had two artists from the same tribal nation, there were very different perspectives. I'm not gonna input anything. What I did basically is let people have their own voice and their own perspective, and that's what's translated on it. I don't think as a curator, I have any right to go in with that. So my resolution isn't to choose anything, but instead just kind of allow the conversation to be seen and maybe seeing the differences. Again, I don't think that's like a great way to do it, but I also don't feel, unless I'm an Indigenous curator specifically from that tribe nation, I have any right to put my voice and impart wisdom. No, I don't. So I just kind of allow kind of the words, someone's voice to kind of be their own. Yeah.
Helpful. I'm curious if anyone else has had sort of that experience because I think it is something that can pose a lot of challenges in this work. So if there's anybody that has any sort of experience with that, I'm thinking about like, for example, there are a ton of Lenape tribes, right? And so sometimes they all can't be in the same space, as an example. And when you have a museum that holds belongings and things like that, these are mine. Like those are the kind of tensions that I think come up often, especially for our communities. So that was the sort of the source of the question.
I mean, like just as a curator, someone who works in a museum, I feel like just asking questions, right, is a big part of that too. And that there can be competing ideas and that live in the discomfort of not having a solid statement. You know, I actually, there were three Lenape artists in this show, and I think everybody approached things in very different ways. But that's again the jump onward, and I feel like maybe accepting the complexity of who people are is an important part of that. That's just how I try to push it.
Well, I think so. In case you haven't gathered, three of us do work together at Stockton University. I'm the Jeremy that keeps getting referenced. Um, and complete disclosure, well, not complete because this is being recorded. Somewhat of a disclosure is I tried to do something sort of similar to what they're doing on a much smaller level a few years earlier, and didn't really happen. And so I was kind of good to just kind of work on my film I'm doing with the tribe and step aside. And they wrote me back in, and it's been great. Their enthusiasm and energy and dragging me into it has been great. It's like woken me up again. But I think for our students, one of the things I think it's simple, but it's really important is that there is no one view from any group. Um, you know, uh, and it kind of sounds almost like a non-answer sometimes. Like, well, there isn't really like a perspective, even within a tribe, or even within a tribal council, or even amongst chiefs. Like it's there isn't one view, right? But I think that's kind of a useful starting point. Another thing that's just on my mind as we're talking is, um, you know, not too far into when I start to describe the Nanticoke Lenape tribal nation, I do mention at some point state recognized, and it's something that I guess I struggle with because it's like, why should I have to say state recognized as if that's some kind of thing that validates, right? But also, it's such a hard fought thing and something that was fought for not too long ago to restore. Not mentioning it seems to be problematic as well. So it's just something I thought I'd bring up.
We have someone from the audience here.
So I had a question with respect to just I'm coming from a state that doesn't recognize any Indians at all, right? And then trying to work with institutions and particularly the educational institutions to bring forth. Right now, we're talking about art, but the culture, art education into the school itself. As educators, do you have any perspectives, any ideas that you might be able to share in order to start to get the universities, particularly, to open up to the opportunity?
I guess, and I know I'm being recorded, but don't tell them I'm breathing right away. Basically, there's a kind of like there's a moment where I had an ulterior agenda in creating the seminar that I did not disclose. And but at the same time, when I talk to when I address the value of curriculum, or how is it going to address art history, those were I think those requirements. But the way that I structured to enrich student experience, I mean, it was too late. The course was already running. It was too late to cancel it. But at the same time, one thing that I wanted to make sure is that in order not to create the conflict, because I needed to create a safe space for students, and I spent the first part of the class with kind of a conversation about the conflicting viewpoints, the traumatic experience, how to talk about it. So they need to be walk through it. And I think happy students, happy administrators in a way. So I think I proposed it as kind of this global study of the folk art and indigenous art and kind of non-traditional art that, you know, that's worthwhile, but it wasn't as radical as I planned it to be as far as the proposal goes. And I don't know if it's a good advice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna listen. We're being recorded. I think that there's some subverting of expectations that happens when you present an exhibition or programming or anything like that. Like, I didn't go into it going, hey, here's an exhibit that's going to focus on, genocide. It's going to focus on boarding schools. It's going to focus on queer joy as being an Indigenous person. Like, I didn't go in with that, but that was definitely on my my list of things. So I think, you can create an exhibition that falls into the categories that are acceptable for institutional development while also recognizing that your job is not to appease them. Your job is to eventually to help students. And honestly, and I try to tell my students this all the time, K through 12, college, whatever, students have power. Like if you can get students to care, then admin's gonna follow suit because they want their money, and that's an awful reason why, but that's kind of the reality. Again, I think how you teach history. Like I said, I teach history of photo. I mean, I'm going, hey, I'm looking at the history of photography. They're thinking American photography. That's not really what I teach, though, right? Yes, I teach that, but I teach a lot of other things and critical theory and how looking at images connects to political ideology, looking at images connects to critical thinking skills. And again, I think that there's a way to do it where institutionally it checks their boxes, but for you, you can create an experience for students that is worthwhile. Because I think students, they know when you're lying, yes, and they know when you don't believe it, yes, and they know when you're half-hearting, kind of just showing up, not really caring. But if you come in doing the opposite, if you care so much, they're gonna get on board most of the time. I mean, I think you work in education, you know that, but it's just, I kind of feel like students are the answer to a lot of those institutional issues. Yeah.
But I also have to, like, full disclosure, I also fall back on the strategies that I have developed when I was growing up in Soviet Union. And that was a culture where, like, we maintained our humanity between the lines of, like, Communist Party manifesto. And we managed. So, and I'm like, that's a strategy I think is worthwhile now. It's very parallel. Have you guys heard that? It's very parallel to how we've existed. We've always existed exactly the same way, and we still will.
Something I wanted to, I think you threw out the figure 5,000 people, right? And I'm just sitting there thinking, okay, 5,000 people tell a roommate, 5,000 people tell their family when they're home for Christmas or whatever, right? I mean, that's exponential. Like the number of people who would be informed that natives are still here in New Jersey, right, and sovereign nation, who wouldn't necessarily know otherwise, not for lack of practice, right? So I think, yeah, 5,000 is super impressive. But when I really think about like how many people are actually touched by that, I think it's likely significant.
Yeah, and I will say the admin wants to see the 5,000. But for me, what you just said is that like that's the thing I can do is I can't solve the tremendous amount of issues we have right now in society, but I can make sure that a person coming into this space is more informed than they inform someone else, than they inform, and it's just this chain reaction is that I hope that's the case. I do. And it was funny because Mariana was talking about Giovanni, who I didn't know who he was, one of her students, and he like purposely sought me out to get a job at the gallery. He's a business major and he wants to work in it because of his experiences last year. And to me, that's what it is that that's the whole thing. I have students who come in and they just read in space because I hopefully create a space where they go, oh, I'm welcome here. I think I'm only in the job for 3 years. I've been carried for longer, but I'm in this job for 3 years. That's what I hope someone goes, hey, you can like take a book to the gallery and just like sit and kind of relax. Great.
And I think part of this too is like this institutionally, and I think a lot of institutions are similar. There's this kind of, yeah, how many people attended? We're gonna note that number. Let's check that box. We had Indigenous Peoples Day this year. We can check that box off. We honored this month for this group or whatever. Check that box. But we're looking to do something deeper, something sustainable, something that follow up, and now we're here, right? Like, and that's I think the things that we're trying to do, and the things that are more meaningful. they certainly make my life more meaningful. You know, like feeling like you're part of something or you're doing something to try and help, or you know, every time you're around people who are gracious enough to let you in and tell you their story, you're like learning something. I mean, it's so I think yeah, there's the institutional kind of perspective, and then what we're trying to do, and I think they can align. Um,
And like just I don't have the experience that Mariana does, but I grew up for at least the first number of years pretty poor. And if you grew up poor, there's a survival element to that, right? You work within a system that inherently is broken, that does not care about you. And that's a small thing, but it makes you go, okay, all right, I'm going to survive this. I'm going to figure out a way to weave in and out of it and still wind up being morally in the place that I think is important. And so, that's the other part too, is that it's awful. I think it's awful that most of us who are working in this space, who are trying to make things better, have a trauma there that we're pulling from. But hopefully it helps the next group of students or young people to be like, I got this. I can survive this and I can be better and I can not bring that awfulness back with me. And I think seeing like I had a student who was queer realize one of the artists that I had in the show was also queer. And the joy that that gave them is it. That's the whole thing. Institutionally, it doesn't care about that, right? But personally, I'm hoping that we could all just sort of have those moments as often as we can. That this is my space, basically, and I'm allowed here because I'm represented here.
I guess I was wondering for you two, is there something about the arts that it's easier to, not easier, but you can connect with people more through the arts than if this were, say, just straight up history or, you know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like it's not like a cheat, but people like to look at art. So that, I mean, that helps, right? And people like to create things. But I think that it's an entrance. It's like movie making. I mean, although you're in communications, I feel like you're kind of in the same stuff. Like if you can get people in this space and show them something really cool, if they even if they have no idea what it is, like Joe Fedderson's glass piece. Like, he has these glass pieces are constantly where they were gonna break, right? But like people went, whoa. And the people were so excited to see them. And then when you went, okay, well, each of these symbols represents this connection to Indigenous history. Suddenly there's this connection. So I think art is easier, literature is easier to somehow get students to pay attention. But I think you have to follow it up with like curiosity. Is that like for us, like on our end, like, well, what do you think about it? Like be curious with students. I don't know. I mean, like I mess up a lot and I say I don't know in class a lot. I don't know that. I'll have to look it up. I think that's a really important part.
I also think art is like really awesome in this way that it, it it is an easy entrance point. And initially, and I'm talking about good art, like initially, and that's like, oh, it's going to be entertaining, happy place with colors and stuff. And that's how you sell it. And then people step into it and it's too late, they're already thinking. And I feel like that switch is like insidious and dangerous and awesome. And I think that's like the power of art that could be strategized.
Although I'll counter that art can also do that same thing because if you make someone hate something, that's a good conversation as well. Like, I hate it. Like Duchamp's The Fountain is my favorite thing to teach in any class because students for the first time in my modern art classes go, I hate that. And I go, you got to explain to me why. You can't just say you hate it. Tell me why. And then they are angry, but they have a voice in that though, in disliking things.
I just wanted to add to that from the work that Brian and I have done together. And I teach about genocide and cultural loss. And I think that you can read as many books as you want and studies. And, I'm a lawyer. I have a very technical approach to analysis and things like that. But I find that the things that make the most impact on students is through art and through videos and music because that's how people tell the stories of their lives and what their personal experiences are. And that's really what drives home the point of, how trauma impacts people and collective trauma. and memory. So I think that it's, we've done the work that we've done through art has really made a difference with the students.
And I'll back Cynthia as a scholar. So her and I worked on an exhibit called One Family Story, and I designed it. Cynthia and Susan, one of the family members, did all the scholarship. They're amazing. But I think one of the things we all realized is as well as we knew the stories, as well as Susan, the family member, knew the stories. I had people cry while reading it. And I think that made me understand that you can know the story, but unless it's presented in a way where people feel connected to it, it might not make a difference. You have to be, I mean, there are writers that can do it, but I think sometimes the visual definitely helps people walk through, especially trauma and especially things like genocide that are so much too big sometimes to understand. So that, I mean, again, like having students cry is like awful, but also having students feel that feels like that should be happening. And our exhibit focused on the Armenian genocide, which a lot of people don't know about, and that I made a difference. I think it did. But again, I wasn't like Cynthia wrote everything, but it's being able to tell those stories, I think through visuals, I think does make a difference for me.
Might be like a yes no question, but I'm curious if the work helped to sort of support Indigenous students on campus, if that sort of brought them to the table in ways like right now it's difficult because there's a lot of restrictions around like finding out who people are. So it's kind of like how do you get the message out here? So I'm wondering how that managed to work with the Indigenous students or how they might have engaged with you outside of the class and outside of the exhibit.
I mean, I'll say that like definitely, I don't assume so like people definitely were more open to talking to me about heritage and like who they were, and honestly, faculty. Like that was a weird thing that happened too. Is that people like approached me as like, oh, Indigenous, and here's a little bit of my story. I really appreciate going to you. So it was an interesting conversation. I don't want to be negative about it, but I also think that institutionally, education institutions specifically do not do enough to engage with Indigenous youth and to make those doors open for Indigenous youth. I think that is a problem that we have that I can see in the populations, even on our campus, what we aren't doing. So I would say yes, but also needs to be way more than it is. I don't know if Jeremy's had that experience too, but that's something I know.
And I want to mention, like, we are up for stirring good trouble. So, and we're like into collaboration. So, like, and I agree. I saw that students were like, oh my God, I have a safe voice. But it was like one time, like 1 year, like one semester was not enough. So it has to be sustained. So that means the collaboration has to be ongoing. So please, we're open to that. Like, we're interested in sustainability of it.
And we've even talked about the idea of bringing a camp, an art camp specifically aimed at Indigenous youth, mostly because Thai youth camps were great, and I enjoyed working with them a lot. They gave me a lot of flack, but in a way that was really enjoyable, And so I think like if we can really foster more relationships where youth members can actually visit the campus and also know that there are maybe professors that like really want to explore, what they want from campus and not just what maybe the admin.
There's something about having that visibility, even if it's only momentary, that can either connect people that didn't know that they were connected or feel supported. Like once you see that space, it's like even after that space is different, you still imagine that space and it creates a sort of support.
I always say that representation matters. Like representation matters. If you see yourself in a space, it means it belongs to you too. And I don't think that's something to think about enough. Like, I'm gonna just promote a little bit nicer that we have exhibition coming up in a week for Black Guggenheim Fellows. My mentor Wanda White is part of that, and for me, it's like I teach photography, but making sure that our students of color recognize that there are photographers of color out there working and existing and being extremely successful at it. The fellowship is a huge award, but being able to kind of see that again, I hope that the gallery keeps churning out shows where like different people are going, wait, that's me. awesome. And then they feel like they can enter into that. I hope that's what we're trying to do in our classroom.
Another question here.
I don't really have a question, more of a reflection, if that's okay. I'm also faculty at Stockton, but I'm an archaeologist, which is scary to some, but I practice decolonizing archaeology. That's what I specialize in, and I work in the Arctic. So little experience with New Jersey, but I did grow up here. But I had so something that I think might be an interesting reflection in terms of thinking about how I use that in the classroom. One of the things that I've found success with, and I don't know much about art, but what I have been able to do is hand over. I'm sure some of you or all of you have probably seen those like antiquated displays of geometrically patterned projectile points, right, in like small museums and things like that. Um, I love when those come to my attention because it's the perfect tool for letting students actually physically do the act of decolonizing. We get those and we take them apart. We remove the whitewashing from those displays and we recenter the voice that's supposed to come with the artifacts rather than the white display of patterned artifacts that are from different time periods, different tribal groups, some different states. There's just no rhyme or reason sometimes to those collections. Um, so I guess I just wanted to share that I found a lot of success with engaging students with that and how I can pull that from archaeology. And it is part of the art world. It's just not a great, in my opinion, part of the art world. We're undoing the art in this way. But I have had students express that the act of undoing those displays is actually quite cathartic. And I've had students go out into the world and get museum jobs and be excited to email me back and say, guess what I did first at my new museum job? I took apart all of the framed displays, and they're so proud of it. So I feel like that is something that is working, I guess, at least a little bit in my world.
And I'm just going to tell you that it makes a big difference. If you want to know why I really think about the spaces that I do and decolonizing them in the way that I think is important. When I was at Pratt, we worked kind of intermittently at the museum, and one of the teachers I had was like, "Oh, they just redid this whole collection." And I was like, "Oh, like why?" And they said because they had a really large collection of African art. They still do. They said, "Well, some people from the specific tribal nations came in and were like, this is all wrong." It was so bad that they were like, well, I guess we have to take it down. And they actually spent a lot of time bringing in chiefs from specific regions and tribes to come in and actually look at the work before they presented it. And I just remember being like, wow, a whole floor, you change. And I was like, that must have been bad. And I just remember thinking how many decades that was up. And I just remember that story by my teacher made me go, I don't ever want someone to look at something and go, this is from 50 years ago, and this is no longer accurate. So I think having professors that are like, hey, you can break this and make it better is really important.
Another question. I'm curious how, after the exhibit is closed, like where does that art go? How is it like kept alive in terms of future populations working with that, faculty, digital?
Uh, so the catalog lives on. So that helps. We have a flip book. We have a catalog that we gave out. We also State of the Arts, which is a PBS New Jersey program, covered the exhibition, covered Thai is extensively. And it lives on in press and images and things like that. I wish there was a better way to do that. I do think there's a lot of sadness, I'll be really honest, when a big show like that comes down because it's been a number of years. But I also try to understand that as long as we still have that content, we can reuse that in classrooms. We can continue to go back to it. There's also different things you can do, like you can actually register an ISBN number for your catalog. You could put it into the Library of Congress so it exists past that point. There are things that you can do to make it exist past that point. But I mean, and also this is something that Cynthia and I have experienced. You can, if you have enough of a team to actually go after it, you can have it travel. That's the ideal. Honestly, that's the whole ideal. Cynthia in my our exhibit traveled for almost close to 2 years, 2.5 years. That's the goal, you know. And if I could have had this travel, there wasn't enough of us to just putting it on was a lot of work. So, but I think getting it to travel, but also making sure there's what books there's content online, that you get as many press agencies to come out and show it. At least there's something that exists out there for it. But and the artwork goes back. Although a couple of artists did donate pieces to us. One of the oh no, actually 4 of the pieces was acquired by the National Gallery in Washington D.C. as well. So was the one of the curators came to see it. So like there's some places that are like, oh, we'll be the first institution to show this work. Now it's currently in Africa. So yeah, yeah, no, I know. I'm not floating it around. That's weird.
You know, I think one of the things about the show, and this was stated earlier, like showing artists from the local tribe in the show alongside people from across the U.S. or whatever. It's, you know, it seems like obvious, right? But it's not standard. So I think, you know, that was a very significant thing about the show. And I think, as to Tina's question, I think it's kind of, well, because of the local artists, I think it can keep going in terms of events like this, future programming at the university, you know, those relationships for down the road.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I will say that, like, contextually, like, I do find that sometimes we're really hyper focused on region, which I think is important. But I do think putting Lenape artwork in the context of a global indigenous movement, and again, 25. Listen, that's nothing, and I understand that. That took me 6 years of 25, right? I understand there's bigger shows out there that would represent more, and I would love to do those shows. I mean, that's in my head. Eventually, where we're going is that North America is represented in full. But to your point, I do think that having that global connection and saying, you know, Edgar Paper Birds was alongside, you know, Jeremy Dennis, who's in New York, and just kind of seeing those conversations happening between the artworks is really, yeah, I mean, that part's been really amazing. And then the artists have that on their resume and you know, they post about it. And so then there's hopefully this idea that our space becomes a space where that work is shown.
And there's something about, you know, Mariana and I more, no, my apologies. Well, we have similar conversations. We're talking a lot about community engagement, right? And the core humanities that we're in at our university focusing on this. And what it really is in practice. We're going to checking a box or whatever. And so I think having events at our school, not just with like the indigenous art from you know local tribal people in this room, but having people on stage speaking to our students. So it's not like we're the only authorities on everything in the world or whatever. Like we're having people who have expertise, you know, in who they are and what their culture is and everything, speaking directly to the students and interacting with the students. And I think that's really important.
Well, and we talk about this. We're doing the work behind the scenes. Like our students get an event, right? But then we are going, hey, want to talk about it? What do you want to do here? And then what's the sentence that you added to our PowerPoint? Well, oh, it was like community engagement. So we're in a pillar that talks about community engagement, but the idea is that it's a deep relationship that you're constantly feeding, right? Is that you're constantly going, Ty goes, show up here, I go, okay. Like it's that simple. Okay. And then someone else, okay. And knowing that this isn't like you check the box, you're like, this is a commitment for a relationship that if you're gonna help me, I'm gonna go and help too. And that this is again that idea of community care, right? That we're all in it and we're all helping, we're trying to do that as best as we can, and that you show up.
Well, it's funny about this institution too, right? Like we're not super huge, but I'm working on a film for years. You guys don't want to know about it, right? I find out that someone I'm interviewing was just at Stockton in a class, like a science class or something. I had no idea, right? Like, so it's like we're all at the same time kind of reaching out and making overtures to their tribe and everything, um, not knowing what each other's doing, right? So something like that.
When we talked about land acknowledgements earlier, this is like the ultimate commitment, I think, to have this sort of follow through, to not just say it, but to really be able to give something back to the, especially, but I do think it's important in the backyard. So the collaboration with our community is really powerful and important. And like I said, I think it gives a lot of teeth to, not just saying the words, but to really doing something about that too.
If I'm going to be bold, I don't think land acknowledgement means anything unless you actually have action behind it and programming and things in which you're consistently repeating it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like land acknowledgements can be just a pretense for a check and not a lasting relationship. I have some, and again, I've seen schools that have zero Indigenous classes, outreach, any of that stuff, and it's like, okay, but like, what do you actually do? Because that's the important part. And no shade on people who are doing that work. I'm like, I think that land acknowledgement is an important pillar. It just can't be all of it, And I'm hoping that, yeah. I mean, Jeremy, how long did you work on your movie?
Fall 2014, I started. I'm going to show some tomorrow, a little bit. Um, and there's some voices in it that I think if you're here, you'll. But I think with students too, it's like they have some power. Like for instance, I was just on a committee, many committees, right? But just a committee talking about the potential for like an indigenous studies mind, right? But that was brought about by a student who wanted into Indigenous Studies Month, right? And so they spoke to the right people, and then they brought those of us who are kind of, thinking the same thing, all together. But it was initiated by a student, right? Something like a Native American club or something like that would be something that would be initiated by a student. But there are, even though maybe resources are tight and all that, there are things there that like student-driven things can really happen. But we just have to like encourage them and put them in touch with the right people.
And he came up with the idea of the minor by going to the exhibition. So he stopped by and told me that specifically, and I was like, whoa. And he's like, I've always been interested, but this solidifies it. And I was like, okay. I was like, whatever you need. But just the idea, we would not have gotten that minor anywhere near admin, but he did. So it's a lot of power in his position. And yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the hope, is that like, right, students will like take initiative, and then we just kind of sit back and go, what you need, will help you. But that it's a lot harder for institutions to be able to not listen to students when they're really committed to that.
Are there any more audience questions? And we're just about getting close to time.
How about from the artists that we have here today? Do you guys want to really say anything about, because we have always been left out of the narrative, and we've never had a seat at the table until recently. So I didn't know if you guys want to speak up on behalf of your beautiful artwork that you've done for centuries, or your family's done for centuries, that you've passed on, and then how it feels to have this centralized around what you do. I think it's really important because, after the break, you guys are going to demonstrate what you do. So if you guys have anything to say, how you feel, how do you feel? When it comes to my art, my beadwork, my ribbon skirts, and my regalia making, it's a part of who I am. It basically, in terms, I put my heart, my sweat, my blood, my saliva into everything I do, especially my blood, especially when I'm sick myself. But that's who we are. It doesn't matter if you make beadwork. It doesn't matter if you make ribbon skirts or gourds or necklaces. It is who we are. We are a culture that we show our passion in the things that we create, not just in our children, but in our art. And being a part of an art is is giving yourself to our people, always giving ourselves to our people, and being appreciated for what we do, and it gives us a more inspiration to do more.
That's all I got to say.
How about you, Barry? Do you have anything you want to talk about?
You want to speak on? Yeah. Hey. Uh, yeah, doing the artwork that I do. I do not only belts, and I do just I paint a lot of our dancers and different regalia. But I started doing the belts mostly because I was I met Darren Bonaparte, who does a marvelous job on the wampum belts up in New York. But they're all Iroquois centered. These are not Mississippi, of course they want to be. But I noticed that there's nothing about Pennsylvania, nothing about the getting down here. There's even wampum agreements were done all the way, all up and down the East Coast. I love history. And going even out to Fort Ancient in Ohio, you'll see a large white belt and they have a tag on it. We have no idea what it means. The Penn belt that was actually given to William Penn is at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. The tag on it just says made by some women for some reason. And the information's there. It's just they don't go after it to find out why. I know the Ray Fadden family had all those books called the Iroquois Emperor, so Federation. What I'm trying to pronounce. I can't get my tongue around half the Iroquois words. But they explained the whole thing on belts. They tell you exactly what the idea was behind. Some of the studies that went behind these belts. That this one here, this was to ensure that Native people can continue traveling, even on land that was purchased by Penn and others. You still go hunting, still go fishing. But then I try to keep it in context of today. The two-row agreement, the Swenta. That has never been broken by the Native community. There's a path for the European ships, a path for the canoes. You steer yours way, we steer ours our way, but we're always there to help. In 2007, I think it was, they brought this out to Prime Minister Harper in Canada to identify that this has been, you've forgotten. It didn't say broken, but it's been broken. It has no value. Anything that breaks has no value. You drop a ceramic plate on the floor, it has no value. But if you lose the plate somewhere in the house, once you find it again, it has great value. And for doing two-dimensional art, I mean, there's my work which I sell. That's I don't consider my stuff all that impressive. However, another artist, Dave Fadden, Ray's grandson, who's a marvelous artist, was contacted by the Lord Nelson's Gallery in Gettysburg. It sells a lot of art. They contacted him, and Dave was telling me this many years ago. David told me that they contacted him, and the first thing they said to him, "Well, there's nothing in here about the wars." And Dave tried to explain to him, he did more than just fight. We played for cross, we played for him. We lived. Now come back when you can do stuff about the wars like Griffith does, Robert Griffith does, and that's one of the challenges for any of artists who want to try to sell their work not only in the museum environment or at a show, but out in galleries where people are going and buying, the general public's going and buying art. And a two-dimensional artist beware. I was going to do an illustration for a book. I got just notified last night. They decided they're just going to use AI. Because they have so much cheaper. Yeah, a lot cheaper. Plus, now, for people who do beadwork, bless your hearts. My wife is one of them. And there's some of the beautiful beadwork and leatherwork you see. As far as I know, a computer can't do that. But just an image of a native village, all you gotta do is type in a sentence, do a native village, put two longhouses in it, have children playing lacrosse in the front yard, and then women playing corn. It'll produce it for them. And there it is. And then you'll see it for Nelson's Gallery for $325. While Dave's work stays in the studio because he can't sell it because he doesn't do work. That is a real concern. That's a real concern. For now, other artists who have gotten through it, Dave Wilcoxon does wonderful, um, updated ledger art. And his work there, look him up, David Wilcoxon. He does it's fantastic work. He's out of Oklahoma. And there's just so many artists that are like that. But think of the native artists who are out there. But when you see painting or a t-shirt, where you can get residuals on, put your images on a t-shirt. Think about the one where the guy's got the paint on the stripes out of his face and a crow sitting on his head. Johnny Depp used for that movie. I see that more often than not. And I always, when I see it, so many great native artists you use. Why did you choose this one? What you said about Curtis, his photography, and taking the photos of one lady. It's good photography, no doubt. No doubt, it is, but you have other choices. And that's the only thing I've seen. I do these belts really from a historical perspective. They're not museum pieces. I want people to pick them up, feel the weight of the agreement. These are alive. These agreements are alive. And before I get on the soapbox, which I'm already on, I'll get some back. I'm gonna order a belt. I want to go hunting and fishing. Got a hunting and fishing one. Thank you. Question for all you artists, creators, cultural ambassadors. What challenges and opportunities have you faced in getting your work out there, in offering your services as teaching artists in today's chaotic media climate? Are you content creators? Are you using Instagram? Are you feeling like you're drowning in all of the AI stuff? I'd just like to learn a little bit more from your perspective, how you're using digital media and other tools to share your gifts with the public and your own community.
Anybody want to answer? That would include curators too. Curators too. Okay.
I am actually a photographer, so but yeah.
I wouldn't say I quite enjoy sharing my work as much as I enjoy looking at it. Um, and I keep it as a passion for right now. Maybe one day, I would love to, make profit off of it, I guess. But I wouldn't even know how to price a piece, honestly. Um, so with that being said, I don't market personally because I don't, like I said, I don't want to make a profit off of it per se right now. I don't know if anybody else.
I just want to say that I'm not an artist at all. I just produce beautiful pieces of work. So, um, it's just like I just like before. I just wanted to say that I'm grateful for the season, the artists who like Oh my God, her work is gorgeous. I'm just looking at it right now. Like you can tell that she spent years and years, and years on her work.
We wear it. That's the difference. We wear it. It's not something.
Yeah, and it's just like it's just something that we do, and then if we do get the opportunity for somebody like this, for somebody to experience our art, experience what we produce, it's 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 a great feeling. It's a great feeling. But I feel like my art is just so rare, so one of a kind that I don't feel like people online should be looking at it. Like they should be looking at it in person. You know what I mean? I'm not mass producing this. I'm not doing this for um a dollar. But if somebody offers a dollar, you know, enjoy my art at home, that'd be great. But I'm not gonna pay for shipping and to send it out to somebody. You have to right, exactly. And my art doesn't come to me. It only comes to me in like spurts. Like this I did this 5 years ago, and 3 years after that is these, and then this week I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did 6 songs for this, just because I knew people were going to come to enjoy it and experience it. But I mean, I had to incentive it. But it was just like I just started with these and without it, just because I was bored, and I don't like to quote the Bible. I'm not Christian or anything, but idle, what is it? Idle hands or the devil's work. You know what I mean? Devil's playground. So it's just like if I'm doing something with my hands, doing something creative, I feel productive. I feel great. I feel godly because I'm producing something or something or this or recycling. It's just like this is like I'm not an artist, so I'm not. But I mean, you guys can see me with the real artists with and Carmen and Titan. Yeah, not me and Titan. We just something.
I am not on social media advertising what I do. This is more of a passion for me. I've been doing it for a long time. Usually, like my family or friends or people that I know will say, "Hey, can you do a piece for me?" And absolutely, whatever they are looking for, I'll do it. But that's really it. Um, Usually for my family, I just give it away. My friends, I just give it away. I don't charge. If it's an elder, I give it away out of respect. So that's just what I do. That is
I do sell my stuff. Generally, it's just to kind of roll it over and buy more stuff. I like the end material. Uh, but I usually use my kids, my grandkids, my cousins, my family, my sister as my display. I am on social media, but I don't very often, unless I do an exceptional piece, I don't post anything on social media in regards to my beadwork. Um, I'll show people on my phone, but to advertise, I don't feel that I really need to advertise. I get most of my family to buy it. And they're like, okay, make me more. And it's what I do. I enjoy doing it. It's comforting. It's my meditation. It gives me time for myself as I create.
I'm the total opposite of everyone. I admit it. I'm on there. I'm on the media. I post almost all my work on Facebook. I have a lot of people who word of mouth helps a lot. People that have bought my leather. It's just been a complete honor for me. Um, I can't work a piece unless I have that energy and it's positive so that it will transfer itself into my work. And if, and you can tell when you work something and you know it's right, that you gave it the right feel for it, the right, just everything, the energy, the passion. So yes, I love to do media. I attempted to do things like Etsy, Instagram, unfortunately, even Facebook, but they charge certain amounts of money that you don't always have. So you really can't go that route. But again, even though I have a basic page that's attached to my Facebook, um, I still get responses, people who want work done, but predominantly it really is more word of mouth with family, friends. At the powwows, of course, we enjoy going to all of our powwows and any functions that we're honored to be with. So yeah, that's what I do. But it's very difficult actually, really getting it out there because I do make it a business for myself. And mostly too is to be able to bless everyone with what the creator's given me.
I just want to kind of like, I was listening to this and especially right now when a lot of my students who are in visual communication and graphic design and the illustration and their world just imploded with AI like recently and like the despair in the face of electronic media. But I'm listening to that and I'm kind of hoping that maybe this human to human connection and handmaidenness will become more precious and magnified and will come into focus. I mean, I'm trying to be hopeful really hard right now, but I feel like hopefully this crash that we're experiencing will kind of lift the importance of like what has been said right now and that would become a value.
Well, to piggyback on that, I think that like after COVID, kind of had a renewed appreciation for gathering with people, right? Being around other people. And so I too hold some hope that like, um, yeah, why would someone buy an AI generated image of a Native American anything when you can buy something that someone put so much love and energy and talent, right? Um, and I think our students kind of, I think they feel that and get it.
So I can actually confirm this. I am the worst kind of photographer. I do historical processes, so I'm like always in the dark room, like hardcore 8 hours, going through like 7 chemicals, bleaching things. Like I'm in it forever. And I've taught alternate processes, which is historical processes, printing on different kinds of materials, all of that. And what I've seen is because this is a class that I teach every year, my numbers are just going up. So what it used to be, I used to capture like 10 students, which is great. That's like a really good number for a darkroom. Now I'm like 18, like I'm maxing out because I think there is this desire to make something that is not able to be replicated in the same way. And I think that that tells me that people are craving something that's, and even the aesthetic of like a lot of film directors are shooting on film now, actual physical gelatin film. That to me is like they don't want it to be as polished or perfect because they want a human element to it. And I'm hoping that's the guidance. If AI can do anything positive and like if it can, maybe it's just appreciation of things that are made by us, something else.
I'd like to share a little story. Carmela, you did a piece for my mom's birthday last year, and it popped up on the Facebook, and you posted it on Facebook. And so here's what my mom passed away in April. That was so meaningful to me to see that in that space. So it brought like those memories back. Like I knew what the meaning was for each of the pieces on the bracelet. And so I was thinking about how art kind of like lives on, especially when it's been created with such passion. And that for the people who actually get to see that and understand that, it brings back powerful memories. It creates powerful emotions. And I think that's the thing that like AI and all that can never accomplish. And so I think there's a place for these types of social media pieces to be able to help us stay connected and to remember and things like that. And also to say thank you because that work really does have a lot of meaning to the people that it belongs to and people that it gets passed down to and the representation and the care for like sort of understanding who it is that you are providing that work for and how that just sort of lives on. So I just wanted that came to mind with this particular conversation. That's a happy memory.
Well, if there's no more questions, it's coffee break time. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for everybody. It's like a giant family reunion.
Holy of Holies, the inner sanctum. Yeah. Sure, both of you.
So like living with him, my background is in education, so I go to I'm no, but actually the way we're going in the I wasn't sure. Not at all. I worked with Tiger. When I go there, yeah. And so part of this. So I tried to explain that. I tried to make it more life. For the male, here, they're not trying to get you to know. So listen. Now, listen, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying. I love it. Yeah. Yeah. I love that. Yeah. Collaboration because they're easily but that's how you I love that. Depending on what it is, oh, Friday, I know. Right, you're right, relax. Yeah, like takes time. You got it, but you make money, Charlie. I think it's really hard to write.
we're young people, that's, you know, at least our community, you know, what I would find pretty good. Like, you know, kind of like how the city did. And so I was saying, like, I love how, you know, you know, I'm watching one of the 15 minutes or something, and then I can show them like now here's your media, like here's a camera, there's some more camera, like and then you guys do, there might be a good time if we like stations, I think. Marketing can just be a section of it. I don't know. Some ideas out there. Just think about it. You know, how to tell stories. That out there. Any ideas? We are a public media